Well, I tried to narrate today, but I'm having more trouble than I thought. The last couple of days I've been back and forth from the dentist for a root scaling and planing procedure, and now my mouth feels like crap. So the best I can do for now is a massive compilation of old farm stories. I'll be back as soon as I can with new scary stories. If you want to help out, be sure to send me your scary stories at darkstories.org. I'm looking for scary stories about cabins, camping, and hiking. Enjoy, and I'll see y'all again soon. 1. Puka by Neeslob20. This is the story of the scariest moment of my life, which occurred in 2002 in rural Ireland. I am a city boy through and through. I was born and raised in Waterford City in the province of Munster in Ireland. I was attending college in Waterford, where I was studying software development. Yeah, I was one of those computer geeks. Every summer, I worked on my uncle's farm in County Wexford to get money to pay for my college, and this is where I was when this story happened. My uncle was a very quiet guy and a very easy guy to work for. I spent my days plowing and baling the fields with him, along with my cousins, over the summer. It was the classic off-the-books job. I got to live with him rent-free, and I received €200 a week. One day after we were done plowing for the day, my cousins and I were out eating dinner on the picnic benches when I saw this large, dark eagle hovering over the farm. I remember pointing it out to my oldest cousin Sean by saying, "I've never seen an eagle like that before." And that's when things got really weird. My cousins looked up at it, then they looked at each other. Their faces had blank expressions, and then Sean looked at the youngest brother Patrick and said, "Quickly, round up some corn and leave it out for it." I just sat there in utter confusion as my youngest cousin Patrick stood up and headed down towards the fields. I asked Sean, "Why are you giving that huge thing corn when they don't even eat it?" Sean replied sternly, "Look, no eagle is that big. That is a puka." At this stage, I just assumed my cousins were the classic superstitious country people. I informed them that I did not really know what a puka was, and they told me that it was a malevolent, shape-shifting being that usually takes the form of large, black eagles and black horses. They would besiege people's property and try to lure them out with their human-like speech to take them in the night. They said if we hadn't left out corn, then one of us would not be there in the morning. I don't know what to think of this, but I do know I've never seen an animal like that, a jet black eagle with a wingspan of at least 50 feet. Please tell me that there's an animal that matches that description somewhere in the world. 2. Creature in the Woods by KChat6542. It was the spring of 2012, on a nice sunny day at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I was in the car with my boyfriend and mother. I was 20 years old at the time. We were coming back from the grocery store. The road we would most often take was in the country. It was surrounded by farms on either side and had a lot of sharp turns throughout. As we pulled off the busier farm road onto this road, we get about half a mile down where the first sharp turn is located. At this point, right before the curve, there is a large field located diagonally right to our position in the road, and a property of about 2 to 3 acres directly in front of us. There is a farm home on the property, pushed way back, with a smaller brushy wood in the very front of their property, closest to the road, with many trees and thorny bushes. As we begin to take this sharp curve to the left, I see out of the corner of my eye, from my position in the front passenger seat, that something black is coming up on us extremely fast. Before I have time to even look to see what it was, the black mass is to the right of us, in the brushy wood. It seemingly slowed its pace down to match our speed, and it never made any noise. Even stranger was that it never maneuvered through the wooded area to avoid branches. It simply kept going in a straight line, all the while easily going the speed of our vehicle, 30 miles per hour. At this point, my mother and I both were freaking out, and my boyfriend was too preoccupied with the game to look out of the window from the back seat. I tried to discern any distinguishable features, but from what I could tell, the creature looked to be long, like 7 feet long, and it was black as night. It had a bulbous portion at the front of it, which I assumed was its head. I never saw any eyes or a beak, or even claws, but it did appear to have something like a tattered black material flowing at the end, which reminded me of ripped up trash bags, but it didn't have any shine to them. As we kept driving about 50 to 75 feet past the start of the woods, there was a sudden end to the woods where the next property began. At this point, the flying thing, still soundless, made a sharp 90-degree turn away from us and disappeared completely. I remember feeling very frightened and paranoid for about a week after this, and I refused to go outside alone. We lived in the country with no streetlights, with no floodlights coming from the house to light the property, and we lived across from a large wood ourselves. Some people have tried to tell me that it was a species of large owl, or even a type of hawk, but I can't accept that. I've been ridiculed for thinking that it's anything other than a normal animal, but from my experience, this was something not of this world. I've talked to a cryptozoologist, discussing the size of the thing, the texture, and its color, and they said based on my description, anyone who thought it was a hawk, owl, or other bird would have been wrong. Believe me, I wish it was normal. 3. Bigfoot Sees Me by Peyton. This was when I was about 12 years old. I was in my room playing video games and messing around. We live out near a farm, so there is a bunch of wildlife nearby. As I'm playing my games, I can hear something outside, but I thought nothing of it. Pretty soon, I realized it sounded big, but I thought surely it was just a cow wandering by from the nearby farm, which was pretty common. But just in case, I opened my blinds and I looked toward the farmland. I did see something about 50 feet away. It was dark, so I couldn't tell what it was, but I could see that it looked like a man, a very, very tall man. At first, I thought it was my neighbor, because he was pretty tall, but this thing wasn't wearing clothes, and it had patches of fading fur or hair. I remember, as I was watching, my phone rang, and when it did, the creature looked over, his neck jerking towards me, like a dog suddenly standing at attention. It stared at me through my window, and my heart began to pound. I rubbed my eyes hard, and when I opened them again, the animal was gone. I thought it was maybe a figment of my imagination. As I'm about to turn away, something smacks hard against my window and lets out a blood-curdling scream. I immediately got under the sheets of my bed, not wanting to move. I waited about 30 minutes. I could still hear it moving outside. When my neighbors let out their dogs like they usually do, they made a beeline straight for the creature. There was a tempest of barking and snarling, and soon it went quiet. I told my dad about what happened, but he doesn't believe me. I don't think I can get over that experience. It was just too bizarre. 4. Scared Sober by Hannah T. I come from a large Irish family. I've got 11 aunts and uncles, not including their spouses, and each one of them has from 3 to 8 kids of their own. My grandparents used to tell us stories of when they were oppressed for being immigrants and couldn't celebrate St. Patrick's Day publicly due to the strong xenophobia that surrounded Irish people when they were young. So, considering how large a family we have and how much we were taught to appreciate it, St. Patrick's Day is a big deal for us. Every year, we go to my tiny hometown where all the kids get together and wreak havoc, while every adult with access to alcohol gets so smashed that the older children have to corral the little ones before they start their own version of the purge. Everyone between the ages of 15 and 20 has to stay completely sober so we can make sure everyone else gets a safe drive home. I've had to get my fair share of aunts and grandparents back to their houses in the early morning hours, and by now I'm used to avoiding beer and taking care of them, even if I can legally drink now. But that year, I'll never forget. It was 2012, the St. Patrick's Day immediately after I lost both of my grandparents on my father's side. It really tore my family apart, but we promised one another to have a great holiday, if only to honor their memory. That year's celebration was like most of them. A few drunken tears thrown in, though, but all in all, it was pretty fun. Once the partying was over, it was my job to make most of my aunts and uncles with fewer children come home, so I didn't have to make more than one trip in the family van to drop them off. The last one on my route was Kenny, my dad's older brother, who lived in my grandparents' empty home while his kids were staying with his ex-wife. I can't imagine how hard it was to stay in that house after losing his parents, but he never complained. Here are a few details for context to the story. This place is a huge farmhouse, 12 miles from the nearest town, surrounded by fields and crops and grazing area for the cattle that my grandparents had bred and raised. All the cows had been sold since Grandma and Grandpa passed, and the whole place felt unbelievably empty as soon as I pulled into the driveway. I got my uncle up to his room, made sure he was okay, and started eating some Pop-Tarts in the kitchen, which he promised to give me for being such a good sport and driving people home at 4 in the morning. I hadn't been in the house since my grandpa was diagnosed with a brain tumor the size of a baseball last November. It was right at the base of his skull, just to the left. He had passed from it a few weeks later. My grandpa was a tough bald guy who liked cigarettes just a bit too much. I always looked up to him, so you can see why I really missed the old place. It smelled like smoke and rain, and it was nice to see all the memories I had of my grandparents. As I finished up the last Pop-Tart and put my jacket back on, I could see a figure sitting in the living room, looking at the TV. The chair that whoever it was sitting in was between myself and the television, and since they were looking at the TV, I couldn't see them very well. All I knew was that there was some stranger in my grandparents' house, and I was the only one awake and sober enough to make sure they didn't do anything. Not taking my eyes off of this guy for a second, I grabbed my pocket knife and the baseball bat my grandparents had in their cupboard, which I had bought for them since it was signed by the 1997 Chicago Cubs. I don't know what I was planning on doing, though. Was I actually just gonna bash this guy's face in and call the cops? I was a short, chubby 16-year-old with the muscle and dexterity of a baked potato. What did I really expect? Armed and practically wetting myself, I walked as quietly as possible toward the person sitting completely motionless in my grandpa's old lazy boy. As I drew closer, my eyes adjusted to the dark, and I could see him more clearly with just the moonlight. From the back, he was balding and had quite a few liver spots. He had asymmetric ears like all the people on my dad's side of the family. I really didn't take these observations to heart until I was able to see the gaping, baseball-sized hole in the base of his skull just to the left. Once I saw that, everything came together, and aside from the hole, the man looked exactly like my grandfather. As soon as I had put the pieces together, the TV turned on, blasting static at a volume higher than what I thought the old set could handle. The sudden bright light from the television and loud noise made me cover my ears and blink furiously. The TV shut itself off in what felt like less than a second, and when I opened my eyes again, the person that had been sitting in my grandpa's chair had vanished. I sprinted to my uncle's room, woke him up, and ran with him as fast as he would let me back to the van. I pulled out of the driveway and gunned it back to my parents' house like a bat out of hell. As I drove off, I swear I saw the TV back on again, and someone was still inside the house, staring at me. 5. Tragic History by Scott. My family recently purchased another farm, and we've been doing a lot of work cleaning up the old house, barns, and other outbuildings. The abstract for the property details that the land was originally settled on and timber was cut down and cleared in 1852. While the original structures are gone, most of the barns in the old farmhouse are anywhere from 90 to 120 years old. So I figured there might be some interesting artifacts with so much history in one place. After several consecutive days spent on the property, exploring and cleaning, my parents left me there one afternoon to keep working alone while they went to unload a trailer of junk. After perhaps an hour of fixing a fence, I all of a sudden heard what sounded like muffled voices in the barn. I thought perhaps they had returned, but I soon realized there were no vehicles in the driveway. I asked who was in the barn. Perhaps a neighbor had walked over, I thought. I walked into the doorway, realizing that whoever it was upstairs in the empty loft. This barn is massive, and it sounded like boots walking across and clanking on the floor at the other end of the barn. However, the voices ceased. I climbed up the nearest ladder and poked my head through the opening, only to discover no one was there. I thought I was losing my mind, and shortly afterward, my parents returned home. We did another thorough search of the building after I explained to them what I had heard. Of course, we found no one and nothing like I did. There were no more strange occurrences until this past weekend. On Friday night, we stayed in the house because it was clean enough to sleep in. I awoke to find what looked like a tall shadow standing at the other end of my room. I was completely frozen, but after several seconds or perhaps a minute of staring at it, I stood up and it seemed to vanish. I decided that I wanted to do more research into the history of the property, and perhaps to talk to the nearby landowners who may have known past families who lived there. One of the nearest neighbors, about a mile away, is a 92-year-old man named Ralph, whose family had lived in the area for over 150 years. What Ralph told me chilled my blood. After asking him if he could speak to the history of the property and the area overall, he immediately told me about the Bush family. He said they are distant relatives of the presidential family, and that there were several brothers who came to the area around 1910. Apparently, they came from money as well, as they bought most of the properties around theirs, and they took turns helping each other build a nice house and some barns on each of the acreages. However, one of the brothers passed away in an accident in our house sometime in the early 1920s, while trying to wire the house for electricity. Worse yet, less than 10 years later, at the height of the Great Depression, the brother who owned our property, John, was going to lose the farm. Supposedly, John and his wife left the children in the house and walked across the yard to the barn to have what amounted to an argument. After a heated debate with his wife in the barn, where I'd heard the muffled voices and footsteps, John reportedly proclaimed that it would be better for the family if he took his own life, because the bank would not repossess the property from a widow with children. Ralph told me that John hung himself later that day in the barn. Tragically, John's prediction was incorrect, as the bank did in fact repossess the property, with an official reportedly citing the wife's extended family she could stay with. I was never a believer in the paranormal, and I certainly never gave it much thought. However, I'm now thoroughly convinced that my experiences on the property are proof that the souls of these two men may have remained behind, disturbed and perhaps unable or unwilling to leave. 6. The Roommate by Ellen. Last summer, a friend and I were volunteering at an animal sanctuary in Costa Rica. The volunteers there all stayed in shared rooms with bunk beds, and in my room, there were 4 bunk beds and 1 single bed, but there were only 4 of us sharing the room at the time. This sanctuary was located on an old farm. The rooms for the volunteers were originally used to hold livestock, and our room was particularly creepy. Although I never found it creepy until after this incident. The other volunteers referred to our room as the bunker, because it had a really thick, heavy metal door that you could slide shut, but we always left it open. My first night staying in my room, I was asleep in a bottom bunk in the bed in the center of the room, and the other girls were all asleep in beds around me. I'm not a good sleeper. I always wake up multiple times during the night, but usually just for a few minutes. On that night, when I woke up, it was 2:30 a.m. I noticed a weird shape sitting on the bottom bunk of the bed across from mine. As my eyes adjusted, I thought that the shape looked like a man, sitting upright with his hands on either side of him, with an unnaturally large smile on his face. His teeth were large, but not pointy, and the face was completely manic-looking. The weirdest thing about this figure was the glowing pale blue color around it. I didn't panic straight away. I had traveled 26 hours from Ireland to Costa Rica just the day before, so I thought my eyes could have been playing tricks on me. I adjusted the mosquito net that was over me to see if the distortions of the net were making a weird shape. I tried to let my eyes adjust to the darkness of the room, but no matter what I did, the blue man was still there, smiling with his head slowly tilting to one side. I was too scared to call out to my friend who was asleep near me, and leaving the room would involve walking past it. I was worried if this man was not a hallucination, and was in fact something sinister, that it might attack me or one of the others. So rather than try to address the situation, I simply turned over and hid under my covers. The next day, I told my friend about it, and she was pretty horrified, so I decided not to tell anyone else. Not until the day they were leaving the sanctuary. Most of them tried to convince me it was a hallucination or just a really vivid nightmare. Some people have suggested that one of the other volunteers could have come into the room, but I knew all the volunteers, and no one looked like this man, and certainly no one was glowing blue. If it was a real, tangible person, why would they sit there staring and smiling like that? I sincerely hope it was just my tired brain playing tricks on me, because what I saw was far from normal. 7. Sleeping with a Ghost by Amanda I. This story takes place back in 2007 in my family's farmhouse in Minas Gerais, southern East Brazil. Many weird things happened to members of my family in this house since it was built by my grandma's father. It's weird because this farm was built in the middle of nowhere back then, and no family ever lived there before ours. I've heard many weird stories about the farm, but nothing really happened to me until this day. I was 15 years old when I went to the farm to visit my grandma's brother who lived there. I was with my cousin, we'll call her Ellie, and her father. We walked around the property, taking pictures and posing around like any 2000s teenagers would do. At one point, I was facing Ellie with my back turned to the house when she suddenly turned pale. I asked her what was wrong, and she said she had just seen a little boy wearing a suit standing on the balcony looking out at us. The boy had been around 8 years old, had black hair, and was very pale. It was strange, and I wasn't sure if I could believe that. A few months later, we had forgotten about the incident, and we got back to the farm for our uncle's and aunt's 25-year anniversary celebration. Our entire family would spend the night at the house, and then we'd all go back home after lunch the next day. Even if the house is big, there wasn't nearly enough space for all of us. So my cousin Ellie and I slept together in an air mattress on the floor in the reception room, along with her brother on the couch and her father on another air mattress in the same room. This room had a door that opened straight up to the balcony we had first seen that little boy apparition months before. I woke up in the middle of the night, feeling a strange kind of cold. It just didn't feel natural, and it was very odd as it was the middle of summer. If you've ever felt this cold before, you know what I'm talking about. It comes from the inside, not out. I rolled over in my blanket, but it wasn't enough to warm me. I realized Ellie was also awake, and she was shaking. We tried to get warm and go back to sleep. We actually managed to, but after a while, our 7-month-old cousin was crying in the bedroom next to us, and it woke us up. After he stopped crying, we could fall asleep again, yet we woke up once more, feeling that strong cold. It happened around 4 or 5 times during the night. The next day, I slept until lunchtime when my mom woke me up to go eat. I told her I hadn't slept well because of how cold it was that night. She looked at me worried and said she couldn't sleep because of how hot it was that night. She had slept with the window open too, and the fan turned on, yet still had trouble. I asked my cousin and uncle who slept in the same room as us if they felt the same. My cousin even said he woke up in the middle of the night and had to take off his shirt because he was too sweaty. Before we left, I told the story to my grandma's brother who lives on the farm, and he said one day he woke up feeling an intense and strong cold, only to find a little pale boy sleeping next to him in his bed. 8. Creature Trail by ToasterCat24. This story took place on the 13th of August at my grandma's house. For some details, my father owns a car care business near my grandmother's place, so I wanted to stay at her house for the night. What I do for fun at her place is shoot my grandfather's old Daisy BB gun in the yard and the forest behind her home. When my parents dropped me off, I said my goodbyes to them and I was off to the forest. I quickly grabbed the rifle and revolver BB guns, and my grandmother's dog, Wilson. No one has been on that forest trail for a long time, because the entire trail was overgrown by ferns and tick grass. The first strange thing I noticed was that someone put small plastic strips next to the landmarks in the forest. These landmarks are a strange group of curled trees where a lot of squirrels and birds are seen, a large crater area that has large ferns around it, and the small creek that runs through the forest. The crater used to have ferns on the inside, but they look to have been removed. It didn't faze me or Wilson on our hike. While on the main trail, there's a deer farm that is fenced off with 30 feet of wooden walls. If you were to follow this trail, it leads to a stone road in the mountains. While on this road, I began to feel uneasy. It was that gut feeling that if I was to keep walking on that road, something bad was going to happen. The deer farm was unusually quiet. I turned to leave, but Wilson did not want to go the way we came. He was frightened. I've never seen that dog that scared. And at that moment, something came crashing through the woods. Something big, coming at full speed over the trail back home. Wilson whimpered as it continued on the trail. I didn't see it, but I felt it shake the ground, and then I found what it left behind. On the trail was a massive pile of animal waste, bigger than Wilson. It was nothing like I've ever seen in my life. It looked like a horse and bear and cow droppings all mixed into one big pile, and it was fresh. Once Wilson saw that, he was ready to hurry home. I don't blame him. Whatever's in those mountains and near the deer farm, I don't want to see it again, let alone come that close to it. 9. Noises in the Cornfield by Skittle. When I was in the 7th grade, I was trying out a lot of new things. I wasn't the type to do it by myself though, so I usually had a friend come with me. I would drag them along doing my new stuff. So one day before school started, one of my friends decided it would be fun for me to try out for the cross-country team. I'm not a very fit person, but pacing a few miles wouldn't be too hard for me, I thought, so I agreed to join. Practice was always after school and was usually fun. I got to meet a bunch of new people, some of which are still my friends today. After practice, my mom would let me have an hour of break time, and then I was expected to run another mile. Before I begin to tell you about my run, I need to explain the layout a little bit. We live in a rural area with a lot of farming ground and close neighbors. I have to say that our closest neighbor is only a half-mile away. Behind our house is one of our cornfields. This stretch is only half a mile long and half a mile in width. I would run up the gravel road beside the cornfield up to our neighbor's house, and then I would turn around. I would do this every day after practice, and even during the weekends. But I never heard or saw anything weird. When something did come out of the ordinary, it was during a cloudy day. During my hour break, it began to rain, and I thought I was in the clear for my run. But Mom wasn't having it, and made me go do my mile anyway. It was August, so the corn was tall and almost ready to harvest. Anyone about 6 feet tall or less could easily hide in that cornfield. About halfway into my run, I began to hear something following me. It wasn't too loud, so I just thought my dog had come out with me. I didn't think to turn and look in the corn, since it wasn't a big deal that she was following me, but I did call out. I said, "Go home," to her, but a few minutes later, I heard a soft voice coming from the corn, and it was mocking me. "Go home." I have a sister that likes to bother me, and she sometimes mimics me to make me mad. So I stopped and yelled to her, "Get out of the cornfield, sis, or Dad's gonna be mad you walked all over the stalks." I heard nothing for a minute, so I just thought she was playing a prank on me. Until I heard the voice again, only slightly closer. "Go home." I was a little confused and decided to turn back and just go home. As I did, I could hear something sort of limping behind me. It didn't have a pattern like most animals do. It was random and all over the place. I was right at the end of the cornfield when I decided to look behind me. All I saw was a long black arm coming out of the cornfield, then it quickly flew back in. What I did see were extremely long claws and fingers. They were long and bony, almost like an elderly person's hand. I ran back into the house and never spoke a word about it, not even to my sister. That year, I dealt with some mild insomnia and bad dreams because of this. A few months after, During our Christmas break, my dad called all of us to the window that shows the whole backyard. You could see the barren, snowy land that was once the cornfield, but something was running across it extremely fast. Something that was black and slender. We only saw for a few seconds before it was out of view. I stood there in shock, and Dad said that it was probably just a weird, malnourished black bear. But I knew it was the thing that I saw that day, and I hope I never run into it again. Now that I'm in 10th grade, a new year has started, and my sister and I have both joined the same sport. But it also means I have to run down that road every day after practice. I only hope it doesn't show itself again. 10. Something Attacked Me by Peter C. I live in a small farming town with lots of overgrown fields. I was 12 years old, and my friends, the same age, loved the paranormal and explored a lot of the fields and abandoned properties around us. On this day in particular, we decided to look around one of the fields close by. For the first while, things weren't anything special, but an hour into it, I managed to lose my friends, and I was calling desperately out to them, trying to find them, and I was getting anxious quickly. As I kept calling and looking for them, I began to hear noises nearby. Immediately, I thought it was my friends trying to scare me, and that's why they were ignoring me. I said, "Ha, funny joke, guys, come on." But there was no response. I was still scared and started walking back, when out of nowhere, I felt hands on me, and they pushed me hard into the ground. When I caught my breath, I picked myself up, and I ran as fast as I could back to the house, where I saw my friends waiting on me. They said they'd been looking for me all day. In pain and terrified, I simply cried and ignored them. Honestly, I was kind of mad, because I felt like they didn't look hard enough. Deep down, I was simply afraid. Since then, I've never seen or heard anything out there, save for the remains of animals who had been torn to shreds and devoured. But we hope it's just a fox. The White Man by an anonymous poster on 4chan. Sunday, my father passed away. He'd be 55 come April. He and I were never close, although we had no bad blood between us either. We just had nothing in common, and I never cared, perhaps assuming we'd always have time to form a relationship later on. He wasn't unhealthy, so I never put much effort into going out and visiting him, and in fact I hadn't seen him in 3 years. Possibly I'm feeling guilty for never showing interest in my father. Perhaps I'm just missing him and want to talk about him. But tonight I want to tell you a story about my father, and maybe get some information on a thing he called the White Man. My father was a very typical suburban dad, and frankly very boring. He had typical dad interests, like fishing and hunting and bowling. He would wear Crocs and turtlenecks and drove a hatchback with a custom license plate. Despite his very upper-middle-class white dad exterior, he was a hick. A major hick. You see, my dad grew up in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan in the 60s in a family that was dirt poor and very religious. I never met most of my extended family on his side, aside from his brother Philly, but from what I heard about them, I gather they were deliverance on ice. They lived in what had once been a cabin in the woods. They raised pigs and chickens and sold lumber for most of their income. His father beat my father and his siblings during drunken bouts, which left my father with some major scars, most physical, but a few pretty obvious mental ones too. What's important to note is that my father wasn't bright. He wasn't creative, he wasn't a storyteller, he could remember things and repeat them, and he could focus his energy into things, but he wasn't bright. Brains were not how he got where he was. So it's with this in mind that I ask you to handle his stories. My father used to talk freely of the white man to my sister and I. More her than myself, as they were much closer. But was always careful to not mention him in front of my mother and Philly. Philly would make fun of him relentlessly for his boogeyman, and my mother never knew any of it. I suppose he was afraid of her thinking he was crazy. I grew up hearing about the white man, who seemed to be a combination of all your typical boogeymen. He was capable of changing shape, but not color. In his regular form, he was vaguely humanoid but featureless. However, he could change into actual people or animals. He was old and not stupid, but still more animal than man. He chose people, followed them, and brought bad luck to them. And most importantly, he liked to make deals. The white man wasn't a grim reaper of sorts, but he was a predator who showed up when a person was about to die or was hurt, and it was such that my father first saw him. Pardon if this isn't told that well, I admit I have little flair for stories and I've not heard any of these old tales in a long time, so a few details might be missing. One year about January, my father and Philly went out into the woods to go hunting. The two were about 10 and 9 years old, respectively, although Philly was apparently the leader. They wandered further from their home than usual, and it quickly got dark, which led to them getting disorientated and lost. What had initially begun as a simple afternoon hunt was now potentially life-threatening, for they didn't have the gear to easily survive the night. Things got worse, though, when the ground beneath my uncle gave away, revealing that in the dark they had wandered onto a pond which had frozen over and been covered by snow. It couldn't handle the weight of the two boys. My father, being, as I said, a bit stupid, took a moment to react to the situation before he began to try to help his brother out. After a short struggle, during which time my father got soaked as well, they managed to get Philly out of the water, although they were both now exhausted and wet and truly had no idea where they were, for there wasn't a pond anywhere near their house. The two eventually managed to get off the pond and into the woods in an effort to find shelter or their home. Eventually, they found a crevice beneath a tree and ducked into it for shelter, although it wasn't big enough for them to both fit at once. Being the drier of my two, my father volunteered to take the first shift out in the cold, while his brother tried to dry off in the crevice. Now here the story splits. The more reasonable one is Philly's version. He dozed off. My father woke him up a while later, told him they should keep moving. They did and kept wandering until they saw lights. Those lights were flashlights. The neighbors were out looking for them. They met up with the neighbors and went home. Their dad beat them. The hillbillies were all happy except my dad because he was crazy. And then there's my father's version. My father told me he sat out there, scanning the horizon and listening carefully for anything moving in the woods. Animals may mean better shelter or danger, and a person or some sort of vehicle meant rescue. After about 20 minutes, he begins to hear something. Footsteps. According to him, it sounded like a large man, and not all that far away, although he couldn't see anything, which surprised him a bit, as it wasn't all that dark, and even back then most people wandering in the woods tried to wear at least one bright item on them to avoid getting shot. But despite that, the noise got louder, until he finally saw it. A figure as white as snow, walking through the trees towards him. It was clear to him that it wasn't human, and he described it as being about 9 feet tall and shaped like Gumby. It had 2 arms, 2 legs, and 2 eyes, but no features. Everything was rounded. Scared to move, my father sat as still as he could, although it was clear the thing had already seen him. Slowly it moved towards him and began to speak. When it spoke, it didn't speak with the mouth. Instead, it was just two words. One heard and one responded the same. What that means is up to you to decide. The order of the conversation and the length I'm not sure of, but it told him that it was an old thing that lived in the cold and that it needed them. It came whenever people got too cold or too lost or hurt from animals or accidents, and it took them away if something else hadn't already. It had no interest in the dead, just the dying. Conversing with it was unsettling, but not unpleasant, according to my father. With that, it told him to get up so he could get his brother. Then they were to follow him away. My father, of course, refused and demanded they be left alone. Why, though? The thing had asked. You'll just freeze anyway, so it doesn't matter. Still, though, my dad refused to move, and eventually the thing asked him why he was so stubborn. It sounded a bit surprised, as if most people didn't argue much. I just don't want to die, or have him die, was the best my father could come up with.
Then we'll need to make a deal.
My father told me the thing which never, not over any of their visits, told him its name, if it had one. It talked like a car dealer or game show host. It tried to convince him what he really wanted, what he really needed. Wouldn't it be easier to go with him? Wouldn't that be simpler? But still, my father refused. Eventually, they settled. They would get out, but their lives would be on loan. It would be owed interest, and one day it would still come for them. The thing, which he eventually began calling the white man, then began to walk off. Although it didn't say anything to him, my father said he understood that he was being let out now, and that he should follow it. He woke up Philly, and the two headed off. Of course, you'd think he'd have been more suspicious of following a giant snow monster that had already tried to kidnap him, but my father wasn't bright or likely a great storyteller either. Before Philly was even awake, though, the monster had disappeared, the giant footsteps vanishing in the snow. At first, my father thought for sure he'd been cheated or simply abandoned, before realizing there was a trail of rabbit prints, which he began to follow instead, somehow understanding that those belonged to the monster. Occasionally, he'd catch a glimpse of an all-white rabbit, and it was then he understood the thing could change shape. After a while, they saw the lights of their neighbors in the distance headed towards them. As a kid, the story was a lot scarier, and I'm sure I'm missing a few details. Even then, though, I understood the plot holes and how far-fetched it was. My mother used to tell stories of how her childhood home had been haunted, all while telling us ghosts didn't exist, so I assumed this was something similar. A tall tale. Now, I don't really believe my father's stories, although I think he believed them for some reason or another. I just thought that maybe there's some Uper legend Google didn't pull up that he adapted this from. I want to say that my uncle again thought this was all a load of crap. When he would tell the story, it was just a story of how they got lost, almost died, and eventually got home to a butt-whooping. A few things my father added in he did agree on, though. There had been rabbit footprints, and possibly some bigger ones, although these looked like indents in the snow to him rather than actual prints, and my father did end up following a rabbit, which could have been white or blue for all he remembers, which he thought was a stupid idea even then. My uncle also didn't hear anything of the white man, not until my father saw him again a year after they got lost. My father's excuse for not sharing this story with him was either he'd think he was crazy or think he was going to die, and only the shock of the next incident scared the story out of him. A year passed, and my father began to think he had maybe gone crazy that night, or that he had fallen asleep and dreamt it, and just woke up without realizing it. That is, until one night. Again, it was winter, with snow on the ground, He was out tending to the hogs alone with his dog. As a boy, my father had only two close friends, Philly and this dog, a Basset Beagle mix named Shorty. This was a fact he repeated time and time again during many stories of his childhood, which always made me wonder how his sisters felt. Were they not close? Guess not, since I never met them. Anyway, they're in the pig barn, which was far enough away from their house that in the summer, implying there is one, the smell of crap and pigs didn't waft indoors. The barn was capable of being opened on both sides, and in the warmer months, the back would be left open so that the hogs could enjoy the outdoors, while in the colder months, it'd be closed up tight. So, of course, my father was a little surprised to find the back of the barn open wide. This had happened once or twice before over the years, and usually meant he had to run back home and get his father and Philly, so they could hunt down all the pigs, who, even in cold weather, would head out in an effort to find food or get into something. But tonight, that wasn't an issue, because all the hogs were huddled as far from the door as possible and very reluctant to go out, even on a clear night. Assuming the pigs had gotten a bit of sense and didn't want to deal with the weather, he headed through the pen to close up the door, with Shorty following him the whole way. He gets there and Shorty takes one sniff before darting out the door howling and barking the whole way, obviously chasing after something. Shorty, my father would say, was a bit of a tattletale. If something was misbehaving, he'd try to stop it. When sneaking out or getting up past bedtime, you had to make sure the dog didn't see you. This applied to other animals too. If a pig or chicken didn't do what it was supposed to, the dog would get into it. So with that in mind, my father didn't think perhaps the dog was after something, but that it instead was scolding a hog that had wandered off alone. As quickly as possible. After all, pigs all look alike, move a good bit, and my father wasn't brilliant. My father counted up the pigs and noticed that one, in fact, an adult boar, was missing. So he headed out after Shorty to find the lost pig. In the still and the snow, it was easy to find Shorty. All he had to do was follow the dog's footprints, but that was when he realized something was wrong. Shorty's prints were in the snow, but they were not following the tracks of the hog. In fact, there were no prints from the hog, which there should have been. No new snow had fallen, and there wasn't enough wind to easily cover them. Furthermore, there were tracks. They just weren't from a pig. Instead, they were large, vague dents in the snow. These my father recognized. He had seen them before in the woods the year before, if only briefly. And there they were again, with Shorty on hot pursuit of the creature. Mustering up his courage, my father followed them as well. After all, he wanted to get his dog back, and, scared or not, he needed to at least look for him and the hog, or his father would kill him. The pen was decent-sized for a hog pen, but soon he hit the fence, which was made up of 5-foot-tall hog panels. Shorty was capable of climbing these. I'm assuming his build was more beagle than basset, because the image of a basset hound climbing a fence is hilarious to me. And he could see that the dog had already gone over the fence and into the woods. Of course, the fence had not stopped the white man either. His tracks simply went right over the fence, as if he hadn't even had to break stride to get over it. So my father climbed the fence, and soon he was in the woods too. The Upper Peninsula is really just woods and cleared woods for pins and buildings, and it wasn't long before he heard the barks of Shorty and the squeals of a frightened pig. Running now, he came to the scene quickly. Standing among the trees was the white man, who had seemingly grown bigger over the last year. In one arm, he held the struggling and screaming hog, which had to have weighed at least 400 pounds. A few feet away from him, carrying on, was Shorty, his hair on end and teeth bared, acting as if he had cornered the beast. There was no communication or confrontation between them, just an impression that the white man had waited for him, that he had stood there ignoring the dog just so he could get a glimpse of him. There was a brief pause, then my father realized something terrible. The white man did, in fact, have a mouth. Below the beady black eyes was a slit, a long line, and it opened just a bit to reveal teeth as white as the rest of him that shined in the moonlight. As quickly as he flashed the grin, he was gone. The white man silently took off, running into the woods, gracefully dodging between trees, with just the soft crunch of snow following him. Shorty took a few steps after him before my father had the mind to call him back, and the two headed home with my father sobbing the whole way. He got into trouble. He had the sense to not tell his parents what he saw, but he still got in trouble for losing a hog. He only ended up telling Philly because he couldn't stop crying, and even then he couldn't stop. Philly apparently didn't believe him much, but he didn't say anything to argue against it. Philly eventually began to write off everything as my father being schizophrenic, and the white man being the manifestation of it. I know nothing of mental disease, so I don't know if that diagnosis would ever hold up. Years went by before my father saw the white man again, although he claims to have known he was there during that time. Every winter, without fail, one hog or a group of chickens in a single night would go missing. Only once was there an exception. One year, a local boy went missing in the woods and never turned up. That year, no hog went missing from the farm. It was the livestock, as well as the sharp teeth, that led my father to the conclusion that the white man had to eat, and that he wasn't a vegetarian. The white man, though, never once told him he killed his victims, nor that he ate them. Considering what he took, though, my father thought it was easy enough to figure out. When he was 16, he saw the white man again. The exact age I remember, for it was when my father began to drive. It was late at night, and my father was driving home. He had begun to work at the nearest gas station, sometimes not coming home until late. It's worth noting that my father had his own set of skills and talents, such as being a hard worker or an excellent cook. But driving, especially in the winter, was not on that list. Driving scared my father. He was terrified of slipping or crashing, and drove very slowly and very cautiously. Never one to yell at us. He would snap if we talked too loudly in the car, or turned the radio up too high, because it began to make him nervous. With that in mind, what I'm about to tell you shouldn't surprise you. One day he crashed. Granted, he crashed trying to stop and help someone else who had crashed, but he still crashed. Another car had slid into the ditch along the rarely traveled road towards his house, and in the process of trying to stop and help, he too had an accident, one that was much more violent than the one he was trying to help. Somehow or another, he ended up hitting a tree hard enough to seriously damage his car and injure his leg. The driver of the other car came out to help him, and after realizing he couldn't walk back to town, decided to walk back on his own and get help for the both of them. My father thanked him, then the man went on his way. Now, granted, it was hillbilly heck out there, with it being winter and in the middle of nowhere, but it would, by my father's calculations, take less than an hour for the man to get back to the gas station and find help, and less than an hour for them to get back to him, because then they'd be driving, right? So in 2 hours, he'd be in the heated cab of a tow truck, either on the way to his house or a doctor's office. It was about midnight at that point, and my father had a wristwatch on which he'd check occasionally as he shivered in the dark. 1 a.m. comes around and 2 a.m. comes around. 3, 4. He eventually dozes off and wakes up shivering to the sound of footsteps, big and heavy like a man's. For whatever reason, he assumes that the guy couldn't find help, or that help couldn't get down the road, and he's come back to help him. Or maybe the guy just up and left and some other traveler has come to see if he's alive. He pulls himself up enough to look out the rearview mirror. That's when the pit dropped out of the bottom of his stomach. For you see, there wasn't a man in the snow. Even though he should have been able to see someone if he could hear them, there wasn't anyone there. The footsteps are, but there isn't a person. According to him, he felt as if he was in a nightmare and began looking frantically behind him, trying to see someone, hoping he was just overreacting. But then, he saw a long white form step in front of the brown and black of the trees. He realized it was the white man again, slowly stepping towards the car. His movements were slow and graceful, but he seemed a little worried. My father's never seen him in the open before, but there he was, moving cautiously, like a cat when it's worried about being seen at night. Eventually, the thing gets to the car and stops. Again, there are no angry words, no begging. In fact, although my father was scared crapless, he just clammed up and held still as they began to talk. This time, the conversation was short. One sentence, this time not said inside my father's mind.
Don't worry, already paid.
With that, the giant keeps on moving, making a point of going across the road and into the woods on the other side as my father watched. Comedically, he always made a point to tell us that the white man stopped before crossing, making a point of checking for traffic before heading across. Once the beast was out of sight, my father began sobbing and kept sobbing until the mailman found him 4 hours later. Even in the Upper Peninsula, you gotta get mail. My father recovered, although he ended up having to spend a small fortune getting the car repaired. The other driver, a bit less lucky. He simply never showed up again. The man had left to find help, but never made it back into town. An investigation was opened, but leads all sputtered out. This last story is probably the last one for a bit that I remember clearly. Some of the others may be a bit fuzzy, because it's been about 10 years since I really heard any of them. Somehow my father knew that the white man was attached to the winter. This surely wasn't a surprise to anyone at all, seeing as he was a white monster in the Upper Peninsula that only showed up when snow fell. The issue, of course, was that it was often winter in the Upper Peninsula. A few more years went by with no really noteworthy incidents. The white man would take something every winter, but it didn't get Shorty or my grandmother or anything. By then, my father was 18 to 19 years old, getting ready to leave. His family was poor, and even if they hadn't been, my grandfather did not believe in college. With his sons now men, he gave them an option: become farmers, clergymen, lumberjacks, laborers, or get out and don't come back. It was because of Philly that they didn't do that, although I'm sure my father wanted to get away from the winter. Philly decided they'd both join the military and get out of there. Vietnam had recently ended, and he would joke that he thought he'd get sent somewhere warm, that had never seen snow. I guess I could lie and for comedy's effect say they both were sent to Alaska or Russia, but the truth is a bit more boring. They were accepted and went through basic training, but neither ever saw combat. Philly was removed from service for a birth defect eventually, and my father stayed in, but never did anything until his contract ran up, merely working on bases those few years. He asked to be transferred somewhere warm, and being liked by his higher-ups, he found himself in Texas. My father had tons of stories about weird things they'd find in the woods before he left the Upper Peninsula, and other odd incidents he tied vaguely to the white man, but it was some time before he saw him again. After all, he was tied to winter. It'd be a while before there'd be a reunion in Texas. But towards the end of my father's military contract, a storm hit the area he was stationed in, and brought with it snow. Being one of the few on the base who had any knowledge of how to handle the mess, he saw himself outside a lot during the storm. And it didn't take long before he realized the white man could travel. This storm lasted 2 days. On the second day, he woke up early to de-ice paths and roads. In a desolate part of the base, he was surprised to see another soldier in the distance, and grew a bit concerned when he realized the man wasn't moving. Quickly, he approached him, only to realize something. Again, there were no footprints leading out to this man, who he now realized was devoid of color, a detailed white shape with 2 dark eyes. If he hadn't been so surprised, he would have screamed. Instead, he claimed he probably looked as white as the white man himself, as the color left him.
No interest.
With that, the figure vanished. My father was found sometime later by a fellow soldier, staring into the distance across an open field. Exhaustion was his supposed excuse. 2 days later, he received a call from his older sister, informing him that his father had died. There wasn't much detail to go into. His father had simply fallen over in the field and died while feeding hogs, and that was that. No mess, no fuss. My father understandably didn't care much. If the white man did it, it wasn't much of a punishment. But he eventually came to decide the white man was, if nothing else, a bad omen. If anyone has any idea what this thing was, if my father wasn't just blowing smoke or is crazy, or if there's any legends like this one, let me know.
Chased down the back roads from Bouncing Brick. This took place in the spring of 2018. I live in the farmlands of Wisconsin, and there are trees everywhere. I was with a friend of mine at her house out in a rural village. We were bored, so despite the looming threat of rain, we decided to go for a walk down some of the back roads. There are houses here and there down those roads, but it's mostly just fields of cows, horses, and crops. We headed south down one of these roads, and after walking for about 10 minutes, we came across a dump site in the woods. It was a place where people dumped crap that they didn't want anymore, filling up this ditch. We found this to be odd because my friend that lived in that area her whole life never knew this was here, had never heard or seen it before. There was a bit of everything dumped into that ditch. Old televisions, new shoes, even an old Glock and a trailer. Even stranger, I decided to poke around one of the spots that wasn't so far down, and I found deer legs. Not the whole body, but just the legs from the knee down. In fact, there had to have been 8 or 9 individual legs like that. This was creepy. We decided to check this out more on the way back. We kept walking south down the road. We wound up talking about supernatural things, ghost stories, and the like, only making us more spooked. Eventually, we had to turn back. A few minutes into the journey back, though, we heard something that gave us pause, something that sent chills down my spine. It was the sound of a little girl giggling coming from the forest nearby. After a moment of being creeped out, we decided that it was just a nearby family, just a little girl playing outside. When I pointed it out to my friend, she told me that she knew everyone in this area, and we were over a mile away from anyone. Nobody was supposed to live out here. A girl of that age should not be alone this far out either. We decided to start power walking then, ready to get back home fast. We were beginning to near the dump site again, and I had the worst feeling coming over me. I wanted to run then and there. The sun was getting close to setting, and the darkness of the trees petrified me. My friend, however, slowed her pace and walked to the edge of the ditch, staring down and into the trees. I heard sticks beginning to crack from within the forest. There was someone out there. "We need to go," I said to my friend as I ran up to her and grabbed her arm. "Please, let's just leave." But she was frozen, staring in the direction of those noises. After a moment, the location of the sounds shifted. Whatever was there, it was huge, snapping branches with ease. It sounded like it was in the trees. As the thing drew closer, this seemed to snap her out of her trance. She grabbed my arm and yelled for us to run. We sprinted down that old road, hearing the snapping keep pace with us for a solid half-mile until we reached the edge of the village. We got back to her house and locked ourselves in her room. I had to go home that night, and I wished that that was the end of it. I live in the country just outside of a different village. My house is bordered on one side by a farm, and on the other 3 by fields and woods. That night I heard scratching on the siding beneath my window. I checked to see if there was anything there, but by the time I made it to the window, the sound stopped and there was nothing and no one outside. Over time, it got worse. It wasn't just scratching, but each night something would throw itself against my window randomly throughout the night, never failing to horrify me and make me jump. I still hear it every once in a while. Honestly, I can't wait to move, because when I'm home alone out here, I fear for my own life. Goatman in the Ozarks, from Daniel B. This encounter took place during Easter weekend. My dad wanted to spend Easter with my grandmother, who lived by herself on a small cottage on some farmlands in the Ozarks in Missouri. Her place was surrounded by a large forest. Whenever we'd go visit my grandma, she would always tell us about the strange noises she would hear coming from the forest at night. We got there one late afternoon on Saturday, and me and my dad shared a few drinks together before we all headed off to bed to get ready for the egg hunt the next day. Around 1 in the morning, I woke up to use the bathroom. I headed downstairs to do my business. After I finished, I made my way back from the bathroom before stopping as I heard my dad call out for me. I went in the direction of the voice and noticed that it sounded like it was coming from outside. I began to make my way to the front door before noticing something that stopped me right in my tracks. There on the couch was my dad, who had a few empty beer bottles on the floor around him, but was very much blacked out. Despite this, the voice of my father came again, calling out my name. It sounded off somehow. It sounded like someone recorded my dad's voice and played it over with a modifier to it. It sounded so weird and distorted. It was coming from right outside. I began to slowly approach the front door before stopping. I then went to go take a peek out the window just to be sure what it was. All I saw was pitch darkness, except for the faint outline of a figure standing by the door. At first, I thought it was a man, but then I saw that this thing had horns, like some kind of demon. I'm not sure how, but I swear this thing was probably looking at me. Then I saw the figure shift before a different voice came from the same source.
"Let me in, Daniel."
At that point, I ran throughout the house, making sure everything was locked down tight. I then ran into my room, covering myself in a blanket, and I shivered until sunrise. I'd never been so scared again. Easter came and went, although the whole time I felt as if I was being watched. When we left my grandmother's house, there in the tree line, I saw something. It was standing 7 feet tall, and it was covered in a mess of dirty black hair. Though it was built like a man, it definitely was not one, because men don't have heads like goats. I haven't told my family of this encounter, but I'm just glad that I hadn't opened that door, because if I did, I wouldn't be here to write this. I'm still filled with concern for my grandma, because I wonder if that thing has been haunting her this whole time. Was that thing the source of the strange noises she's been trying to warn us about? The Bones from the Fire, from SP. I live in a town in Scotland. It's mostly urban, but we do have a good amount of rural areas. This story happened when I was in primary school. I was 9 years old. I lived in a house on farmland, out in the rural areas of town. These countryside regions had loads of abandoned places, which were great spots for my friends and I to go hang out at. It was summer break, and me and my two friends, T and E, decided we should go explore the old abandoned graveyard. We got some food and drinks from a shop. Then we went down the long narrow road that led to the old gravesite. We passed several farms and joked about the smell of cow manure coming from E, and were making other dumb 9-year-old jokes until we made it to the graveyard. Once we were there, we all stopped the constant joking due to us being scared, but not wanting to admit it. The graves were covered in moss, with many of the names covered and unreadable. Bottles and cans of empty drinks lay all over the graveyard. The trees made the entire area darker. We climbed up onto the old broken down small building and sat there eating our food and drinks. After a few minutes of laughing together, T stopped and began to stare outside of the graveyard towards the open area near the river. I then looked towards where he was looking. I saw a group of people around a fire. We could slowly start to hear them shouting things. Then a car came up to the graveyard and parked just outside, but no one got out. The three of us decided we would take another way back, then ran up the hills that would take us eventually back to the houses once we ran far enough. While we were running, we could still hear those people shouting, and then someone screamed like they were being killed. I didn't look back, but T did. Apparently, the group of people saw him and shouted at him to come down to help them. We just kept running after this. After half an hour, we were near the houses and a store, but were still on the farmland. I tripped over as I'd been running too long, which was actually good luck because when T passed me still running, he ran into an electric fence that we hadn't seen. E had to pull him off of it. T was left with a pretty bad scar, a reminder of this terrifying event. But it wasn't over, because this fence was blocking our path back home, so we had to retrace our steps back. When we got to where that group of people were, we were careful and quiet, but we saw that they were gone. Relieved, we began to walk through their campsite, just ready to be out of there. E saw that the campfire was put out and noticed something in it. He ran over and then shouted at us. He told us to follow him to see what was in the campfire. When I did, I was terrified. There were human bones among the ashes. We ran as fast as we could out of there, in complete disbelief and terror at what we'd just seen, hoping that it was fake, hoping that this was a prank on us. I know we should have told someone, but we didn't, and to this day, it remained our little secret. The Odd One, from Joanna. I'm a 20-year-old girl striving to become a vet assistant, and to hopefully have my own vet one day. I've always loved animals. However, they've made for some of the most unsettling encounters that I've ever had in my entire life, and these are just a handful of my experiences. I'm going to begin with one of the stories I remember the most fondly, because it's also the one of how I got my beloved cat, Liv. She didn't have the best start into life, but I believe she is now better off with me. Anyway, we live on the countryside, a good 2 hours away from the bigger cities. Even for a small town, we're pretty far out there and don't have a lot going for us. My cat was a pretty much feral barn cat on a farm not more than 15 minutes away from my flat. As I said, it was a very small countryside town, pretty much surrounded by farmland and barnyards. It was a disgustingly hot day. I was drenched in sweat, and the blinding sun was beginning to annoy the crap out of me. But still, I was excited to have my first ever cat. I was practically ecstatic when we arrived on the barn that actually had cats. Not cats, but kittens, and I would be taking one home. I immediately saw them. I instantly had my eyes on a tiny black cat that was frail and sickly looking, sitting off to the far left. It was dirtier than all the other cats, and much smaller. That was my poor Liv back then. She was the same age as all the other cats, but because of how sick she was, they all looked double her size. I was told I shouldn't take her because of that. I was told that she was the runt and would probably die, but I was already smitten. Besides, I would never leave behind a sick kitten like that, especially if I had the chance to rescue one. After some pleas and a brief moment of giving my mother my most convincing puppy dog eyes, it was decided. I was allowed to take Liv home with me. Naturally, with a bit of help of the landowner's employees, I went to catch her, or well, participate in catching her. I say this because immediately as soon as I drew closer, I was taken aback when I saw the first adult cat around. The first thing that I immediately thought of seeing this cat was how oddly focused it was on my Liv, not looking away from her once. Not to mention the fact that the other cats had a response to me, either running away, watching me, or just coming towards me, but this one didn't care that I existed at all. But that was by far not the only weird thing about this animal. I practically grew up with animals, knowing them like the back of my hand. Its body was disproportionate, way too large, and had crooked claws on the front paws. Everything about this cat screamed creepy. Its fur looked like nothing I'd seen on a cat. It was so dry like straw. My animal-loving self had never not wanted to touch an animal, up until that very moment. As the cat continued to fixate on Liv and ignore me, I'd spent enough time on observing it to miss that they had caught Liv. I noticed this because Liv let out a hiss so ferocious and a scream so loud that the odd cat thing jumped off the fence it had been perched on, moving in a way unlike any cat I'd ever seen. There was no graceful leap, no movement at all like a normal cat jumping from a high place. Imagine picking up a cat and dropping it to your feet. How it would land all awkwardly on all fours with a deep thud. That's pretty much what this was like. After this, it began to trudge menacingly after the person that carried Liv. It was creepy to watch it walk like that. It didn't even have a tail. Not a stub either, like the thing did not even have a tailbone. I wanted to feel bad for this cat, but the way it acted, the way it looked, it seemed so unrealistic and scary looking that I was sure that the heat was just getting to me. My mother called me over when they finally managed to put Liv into the transport box, but I was so fascinated with this hideous cat or non-cat thing that I slow-walked my way over alongside it. Its attention was still entirely on Liv, even as she was long out of sight. Sitting barely a meter away from the box, the odd cat opened its mouth disturbingly wide, then sat motionless, none of its body moving at all, as the sound of an odd yowl came out of it. There was no twitch, no bending of its whiskers, no blinking. Just a noise that sounded more like a person trying to pronounce a yowl than a cat actually doing it. I crouched down alongside it in an attempt to get it to meow again for me, but the one time I got it to look at me, the only time, it narrowed its eyebrows the way a person would to scowl at someone. I'd never seen such hatred in an animal's face. It was so human-like that it frightened me. I was almost happy to leave that place, if only to get away from that weird cat. The scariest night of my life, from Michael. I live in the great Northwest, full of long, very expansive forests, home to creatures and animals yet to be discovered. Washington State, to be exact. The summer before sophomore year, I attended a local church camp of all places. I'd always been religious. This camp was a nice, well-built-up camp with lots of options to choose from for daily activities. After a long day, me and a few of my cabin mates began talking. They wanted to see the edge of the property, 10 miles away from the entrance. The camp had a large lake on one side and was basically farmland everywhere else, save for where the entrance was, where there was a large, wealthy neighborhood. I agreed hesitantly to join them on their journey. It was late that night when we left, around 11:30. We used our phone flashlights to see around as we began walking. I was getting nervous fast, knowing we should either be close to getting there or already there. It wasn't too far of a walk from the cabins to a lamppost that marked the edge of the property. Shortly after we rounded the last bend of the trail smoothly, without any hesitations or holdups, we came to a rock overhang that once I laid eyes upon it, I began to feel an overwhelming feeling of terror and anxiety, feelings that I could not place. The other boys chose a spot for us to rest at. I should mention here it was me and 4 other guys. As we reached this large rock to sit on, our phones and flashlights all died simultaneously. We were all confused and startled by this. A few of them looked to me, asking what we should do. I shrugged. We rested for a while, but one of my friends, Sam, randomly got up without saying a word, walked over to the edge of the trail. He grunted as he picked up a medium-sized rock, then threw it in our direction. I got up immediately as the other boys seemed angry and frightened. "What the hell, man?" I said to him. But his face was emotionless. He didn't look back at me as he said, "I don't know what's wrong with me. I didn't mean to do that." My heart sank at hearing his voice. We all talked anxiously after that, trying to dismiss the obvious tension in the air. "Let's just keep walking," Jack said. So we all agreed and pressed on. Well, I didn't agree. I wanted to head back. In my mind, things could only get worse from there. As we carried on, I was at the back of the group. When I looked up, I counted 4 figures, 5 in the group as usual. Some time passed, and I looked up again. I wasn't trying to count the figures in the group, but I did anyway, sort of like how you see a sign and instantly read what's on it. But when I counted them again, there were 5 figures in front of us. Our group was now made up of 6 people. When I rubbed my eyes, confused, and looked back, there were now 6 people in front of me. A group of 7. There were 2 unknown figures in our group walking amongst us, and the other boys hadn't even noticed. This kept happening as more figures appeared, until there was a group of about 20 of us in all, and I swear that I could hear them making low and raspy whispering noises around us. I was horrified, but too scared to leave the group. Instead, I wanted to remain calm, trying to build up the courage to tell my friends, but I couldn't bring myself to, because it didn't make sense that the boys hadn't seen these other figures. It made me scared that if I did say something, every one of them would turn around and I wouldn't see a familiar face among them. These figures followed us all the way until the chapel was in sight. As soon as we came close to it, they seemed to just fade away. So did their whispers and hisses. When they were gone completely, I ran back full speed to the cabins, face tearing up. The boys ran after me, checking if I was okay, but I told them that they wouldn't understand. When we came back, the counselor and camp leader were standing there waiting for us. They were furious until they saw my current state of despair. I pulled them outside and out of earshot of any of the other cabins. I quickly explained everything through sobs, apologizing for agreeing to assist with the boys' mischief. They dismissed the mistake and told me to follow them. They led me to my feared destination. According to the counselor's phone that I'd caught a glimpse of, it was 3 a.m. The worst possible time to be out here. We walked past the chapel into the deeper part of the trails with flashlights. They told me that we were going to pray. I remember closing my eyes, hearing powerful, piercing whispers. Whispers similar to the ones before, but angrier. I squeezed my eyes touch shut, hoping it would all go away. When I opened them, I was in the nurse's cabin. What had happened? She was telling me that breakfast was ready in the mess hall. But first, I wanted to know what happened to me. I was told that I'd been carried back from the woods after passing out while my counselor and camp leader had prayed. I still don't know what was up with that land. I have no idea what those strange whispering entities were or what they wanted, but I feared them. I feared them more than anything else. Even as we prayed with the power of our own God, either them or my fear forced me to black out. They seemed dangerous to me, and I wished that I had never gone out there. Those boys and I never talked again, never saw each other outside of camp, and I haven't been back to that camp ever since. We weren't really that close of friends, so I guess it was natural. This was my most horrifying experience. In all my life, I had never been so scared. I have no explanation to this, and even if it wasn't paranormal, all those figures in the woods, it's still very unsettling.
Number 1. Nightmare Farm. Submitted by Harrison H. Growing up in my native county, a lot of strange things happen. We are a more rural area compared to the town that we call home. Living in Maryland, half of it's country and the other half is development. I love where I live, but at times, all the trees, noises, creaks, and bumps, they can catch you off guard. This happened about 3 years ago. It was my job on the farm to go and take care of our dogs that we have outside. You might think it's wrong having dogs sleep outside, but we built a large barn with the help of the Amish, which gives us room for equipment for the farm and a small area for the dogs to have beds and bowls. Back then, we had 3 labs. Used to have 4, but we found one of them a home. These dogs are the type of dogs that are bred for hunting. Even at an old age, they would follow you, sit at your side, or fetch anything that you threw for them, as well as whatever you shot down from the sky. So they're not timid dogs in any way. The barn we built was not very far from our old house. If I had to estimate, I would have guessed it was 3/4 of a football field away from the house. Now that might seem like a long walk, but to us it was normal, as my driveway is called a lane for a reason. It was always my job to take care of the farm animals, including the dogs. Every night at 6, I would get up and go feed the animals. This night in question was not much different, though this time I'd lost track of time playing Gary's Mod online with some friends. On my way out, I made sure to grab a flashlight, as it was dark out by now, around 8:15. I was a little late. We had been having several storms lately, and thanks to Mother Nature, there was a thick fog rolling in. Other than that, things were normal. All I could really hear were my own heavy, fast-walking steps on the rocky road. You see, I'm never that good when it comes to night or darkness. I've got this fear of the unknown, of what might be watching me that I can't see. So when I get up to the main barn with the cows, I head inside. Thank God we have a motion light outside, and the light switch inside is so close to the door, because the flashlight I had brought was not doing the job. As I brought out the buckets of feed for the cows, they all rushed to the troughs. They were always very happy when you brought them food. As I turned away, I noticed something in the cornfield through the fog, and my heart started to race, and my mind, of course, was thinking of something disturbing or creepy out there. But to my relief, it was a pack of white-tailed deer walking out. I was at first a bit angry, as I knew they were eating the sweet corn, but then relieved that it wasn't just something else, something more terrifying. By then, the cows were fed, and I moved on to feed the cats. A while back, people thought it was a good idea to drop cats off at our farm, hoping they wouldn't find their way backs to them, and they didn't. We still feed them, so don't worry, we're not those kinds of people. A few of our cats were already inside, which was strange, as they would usually hang out at night, hoping to catch a few mice running in the fields. And they were a bit more jumpy than usual, but I ignored it. On my way back, I passed by our neighbor's house, the original farmhouse, sad that they had messed up the inside of it. When I made it back to our place, I grabbed a coffee can that I set out to fill the dogs' food bowls. With that in one hand and the flashlight in the other, I began to walk towards the dogs' barn. The dogs have little gates they run through to get to the fenced outside area, and normally at this time, you'd be barked at like crazy just by passing by. But I couldn't hear a single bark, and when I tried looking with the flashlight, the fog was too thick. I figured it was just late. Maybe they were tired, or just think I wasn't feeding them tonight because I was so late. As I continued my march, feeling a little guilty, I looked around at the tree lines that I could see through the fog, hoping to see a car passing by through the thick hedgerows, or collection of trees and weeds that form the border of the property line. I turned my head to the cornfield, as it was between the hedgerow and the barn. As I looked into the stalks, I saw two red glowing lights from the field, standing still and motionless. At first, my rational side took over. I thought it was just a light from the development next door, but that would be from the back of their house, and they wouldn't have any red lights. I doubt their perfect community would like lights like that. So I froze. After realizing that it couldn't be the development, I saw those lights move a bit. As I turned the flashlight to the cornfield, whatever it was made its way further into the field. This was in the middle of a harvest, so the corn was very tall, tall enough to cover whatever the heck this thing was. I turned, rushing to the barn as fast as I could, and that's where I found the dogs, all silent and cowering with their tails between their legs. Apparently, whatever that was outside, it had freaked them out as well, or maybe it was the storm. That's what I told myself, so that I could finish my duties. Nervously, I went on, feeding them, keeping my eyes fixed on the old glass window that was added to the barn. I saw a bit of motion outside, and the rational part of my mind just kept saying, it's just the storm. It's probably just the wind blowing some fallen leaves in front of it. Yeah, that's all. Nothing out of the ordinary. It was a bunch of bull, and I knew it. Whatever that thing was, it was out there. So I stayed inside, locking the doors as if that would keep me safe. And I did feel better knowing the dogs were with me. In my act of fear, I ran to the shelves where we kept the tools. I knew my father. He was a Second Amendment kind of guy, if you catch my drift. He had all kinds of things hidden everywhere that I could protect myself with. So I got one of the older crank air pieces, something that was fully functioning but wasn't very strong, but at the very least I could cause some damage. I sat down on a tractor that we had stored in there, aiming at the areas this thing could enter in at any time. I sat there for a straight 30 minutes, my dog silently eating and drinking water. I waited for a while, scared out of my mind every moment, fully expecting to see something's face in that window or something busting through the door that I wasn't ready for. But after a moment, I could not handle the waiting, so I decided I was done with this. I placed my protection back on the shelf, as it was pretty clunky and running with it would be impossible. Then I sprinted to the second door. I swung it open in a hurry and made a mad dash to the front door of our house, and as soon as I was outside, I began to hear the corn stalks next to me breaking, snapping, and something within them was definitely growling. It reminded me a bit of our dogs, our lab's growls, but only if it was 10 times as deep. The thing sounded huge. The creature must have been the size of a bear, and it was only a few yards away from me in the cornfield to my right. That night, I ran faster than I'd ever run before. I don't think I could have run faster if I tried, but somehow I survived. I made it to the front door and I threw myself inside, crazily locking the door behind me. My mother, who was watching TV still, asked me where I'd been. I quickly walked past her, saying that I just fed the cows and I needed to go to sleep. I laid in my bed for a very long time. It took all of my courage and several hours just to be able to shut my eyes, because I was too afraid to close them. Every little noise that I heard outside, it sent chills down my entire body. Luckily, I got a few hours of rest, and when I woke up the next day, my dad was angry. Not only did he find the protection that I'd used the previous night loaded with the safety off and leaning against the wall, he found a bunch of his corn stalks pushed over and kicked down and trampled on. I defended myself, telling him that I did the cows late last night and I rushed back home to feed the dogs. He didn't buy it, and I was forced to salvage what corn was still on the stalks. I've never experienced anything like this to this day. While I still am slightly afraid of what's out there, my fear has gone away in the past years. The only thing I can say is, if you live in the Delmarva area, always be sure to keep your eyes and ears open. Number 2. Out of Work Scarecrows. Submitted by Ulashai. I've lived next to an abandoned farm my whole life. I'm 17 now, and I'm looking forward to going to university to study medicine. As you should know, with the way the economy has been acting the last couple of years, there have been so many closures of farms. A multitude of farmers have gone bankrupt and have had to sell and move on to something else. It's very unfortunate and sad to hear. The farm I lived next to had always been abandoned, and a couple of months ago, me and my 2 friends decided to venture into the abandoned farm for a bit of fun. I remember as a child, my primary school took our whole class to visit a popular farm, and I enjoyed looking at the animals and seeing how it all worked. As me and my 2 friends Barry and Steve stepped onto the abandoned farm, nothing felt off or unnerving, but plenty of excitement was running through our veins. We were just talking amongst ourselves as we were covered in darkness and our mobile phones being our only source of light. You could feel the uselessness of the land, and you could tell how neglected it was, how it was not needed in society anymore. It was sad, really. Barry came to observe how we didn't come across any broken bottles or used needles, or how this abandoned farmland didn't come to be some haven for junkies. It was like it was abandoned, but something was still looking over it. We all stopped for a moment to just take in the atmosphere of the empty farm. The place was huge, and back in the olden days, it used to soar in profits for our area and offered jobs to a number of people. Times have sorely changed, I thought. And that's when we heard something in one of the abandoned barns. We ignored it, thinking it was some nighttime animal playing with some broken farm equipment. There was still plenty of that, and barns that were once used to keep in sheep and cows. It was like the farm just stopped one day. It had the same vibe of a ghost town. Steve dropped his energy drink after he had finished it, and I dropped my drink after that. As the three of us walked a little further from our littering, we all heard something whiz right past us so fast and so quickly. Mine and Steve's empty drinks had disappeared from the ground, and the three of us decided to throw more things onto the ground to see what happened. We did so, then walked away from our littering once more, and again we heard the same fast whizzing sound moving through the wind. Our litter had been taken away, as if something or someone was keeping the farm clean. Then Barry screamed, saying that he saw someone waving in the barn. The place was supposed to be abandoned, but apparently Barry said that whoever it was went back in the barn as if they were hiding. Slowly, the three of us went towards the old barn. As we stepped inside, it was pitch black. When we switched on our mobile phones' flashlights to help us see, slowly, we made out scarecrows, old, out-of-work scarecrows. And creepiest of all, the one directly in front of us, it appeared to be crying. I had to rub my eyes after seeing this, because I swear, the cloth directly below where its eyes were, it was moist, and the way it was positioned, it looked both desperate and begging. I never knew a scarecrow could look so depressing. But what I didn't expect to see, what any of us didn't expect to see, was that scarecrow to turn its head. As it did, all of us dropped our phones out of sheer panic and fear, and when we picked them back up and shone our lights on the scarecrows, they were now all in the same position. All of them looked as if they were crying. They all were in this begging position, somehow portraying a look of desperation in their emotionless faces. My heart was pounding. I kept telling myself that I was just seeing things, that there was no way in this world that I saw a scarecrow's head turn. But seconds later, my fears came true. There was a chanting that slowly built up from a very low whisper to a loud roar all around us. It sounded like old men and teenage boys all chanting the same thing.
Please, out of work, homeless, jobless.
The sounds and words chanted around us in a ghostly and fearful tone. All of us began to turn in circles, looking in every direction for what was making that noise, and to our mistakes, we took our eyes off the scarecrows. The only thing that made us stop turning around like crazy was when something touched my face. It was itchy, like old dried out straw, and as I slowly turned to see what it was, my heart began to race, more than it already had been. I shone my flashlight to the figure in front of me, and of course, What was standing there where it hadn't been before was the crying scarecrow. It towered over me and looked down at me. And as I tried to make sense of what was going on, something landed on my face, a teardrop. It was then that all of us ran out of the barn screaming, but we made it only 20 yards before the chanting stopped, and we stopped in our tracks, looking back towards the barn. Curious, I slowly walked back to the entrance, not daring to step foot inside once more, but I turned my light on and peeked in, and there the scarecrows were, back in their original positions, quiet and alone and sad, but their faces were still moist with the supposed tears they had shed. Chills flowed all over me. Without a word, my friends and I took off out of there. That was the first and last time we'll ever go back to the abandoned farm. And number 3, 80 Acres, submitted by Brains. I know there are plenty of people who don't believe in God or the devil. I wish I was telling a God-fearing story of how an angelic being appeared and changed my whole messed up life forever. But this is not one of those stories. I'm not sure if God is real, and if he is, I don't know how he allowed such an evil to walk his green earth. That being said, I definitely believe in the devil. I've met his gaze, and I don't think I can ever shake all the hopelessness I saw in those cold, black eyes. They were endless pools of black, like the light didn't reflect off of them like it did anything natural on this world. They were empty, and now that empty feeling is eating away at me from the inside out, and I don't know how much longer I can deny it. Sometimes I hear that raspy voice in the breeze and the dark. Sometimes I still hear my name called when no one is there. So I used to love small, quaint little towns. Have you ever been to a small town? Well, in case you haven't, I'll elaborate a little bit. I don't mean towns of 16,000 people. I'm talking about the towns that have a population of under 1,000. The kinds of places you'd miss if you drove by them and blinked. They're the kind of places that live in children's books and country songs. Towns where everyone knows everyone. And most of the population is stretched out over miles of rural gravel roads. Can you picture it yet? Towns where you have to have a truck because the creek floods when it rains more than an inch. In the wintertime, these roads remain blankets of white, as there are not any plows to come to the rescue, unless the neighboring farmer has a tractor and is feeling pretty generous. I grew up on an 80-acre farm in one such small, quaint town. The town wasn't much of a town. I can only imagine that it's considered a town at all because of the local post office and the handful of police officers. I have fond memories of that place. Regardless of the events that have recently occurred, I still can't say I have a hate for it. My grandparents purchased that land and worked hard to get everything that they had. They were God-fearing folk, but didn't necessarily go to church every Sunday. I do recall my grandparents having Joyce Myers on the TV when I would get up most Sunday mornings. My grandparents helped my father raise me. My mother was in and out of the picture, and they were like my second set of parents, a much more stable set. They made me who I am today, and I miss them dearly. I truly think they are what helped keep the darkness away. Before I get into the present, I need to say a little more about the past. My parents had their problems. I could write a whole book about the things that should have and would have been. My parents abused medications. For most of my childhood, they would get messed up at home, and if things got too crazy, my grandmother would come and pick me up, which was easy because she lived within a 5-minute walk from our trailer. My mother was very drawn to the paranormal, and this has some bearing on why I share this same fascination. She would read tarot cards and dabble in witchcraft. Now, I'm not saying my mother was a full-blown Salem witch, but she has told me she would often participate in spells and seances with her friends. She also didn't have a full bearing on what she was messing with. This, along with unknown things, led to the event I'm going to try to describe to you. I had to have been around 4 years old when this happened. My parents were suckers and would let me sleep in their bed, even though I had my own bed. I remember waking up to my mother screaming one night. I can't remember what she was saying, but I remember the tone in her voice. It wasn't anything I'd heard come from her mouth before. She had me wrapped up in the big duvet, and I remember the room being so cold, my nose hurt. She had me wrapped up so tightly in the duvet that my legs and arms had fallen asleep. She was in the right-hand corner of the room, sitting on the floor, with me in her lap. The bathroom light was on and flooded a portion of the room with light. The light shone primarily on the bed. My eyes followed the light, and what I saw still haunts me to this day. Believe it or not, this is what I remember. My dad was levitating about a foot off of the bed. It wasn't some calm levitation either. It looked like he was being pulled upwards. He was tightly gripping the posts of the headboard and mumbling something I couldn't understand. My mother set me down on the floor and told me not to move and to close my eyes. Of course, I didn't close my eyes. I was so scared, but I could look away. My mom returned to the room with the Bible and began reading a scripture and praying out loud. My father began to convulse and flail about, all while still a foot off the bed and hanging off of the headboard. As quickly as it started, it stopped. My father fell to the bed after his body lurched forward. I don't remember exactly what happened after this, but I quit sleeping in my parents' bedroom after that. As an adult, my mother has told me that she saw it leave. She had called my grandmother when she went to get the Bible. She said it was a very dark shadow. It shot out of my father's feet and slithered out of the cracked window in the bedroom the moment my grandmother walked into the house. This ties into the story later. As I said, the paranormal has always been a part of my life. It doesn't really scare me anymore, but it will surprise me from time to time. But I won't allow it to scare me. However, the thing that I've recently encountered really does scare me. I can feel it in my bones, and it's like nothing that I've ever felt before. After my grandparents passed away, my father and I inherited their 80-acre farm, along with everything else they owned. I came down from the city to help my father go over paperwork and get all the affairs in order. I actually came down the day my grandmother was gone. It was a happy and sad evening. We stayed in the house that very night. We laughed and cried, telling stories about the good old days. The house didn't feel eerie at all. In fact, the feeling of the house didn't change until my grandmother was finally laid to rest. I really think her spirit stayed with us over that week and left after she saw we were going to be okay, and her remains were next to my grandfather's. After the funeral, the family all came back to the farm, and we ate and reminisced. With each person that left, the house grew colder, and I don't mean cold as in the temperature. It's as if the atmosphere just began to change. My father was the last person to leave. He helped me clean up, and as he was leaving, he asked me if I wanted to come with him. At that point, I did have a bad feeling about staying on the farm alone, but I declined, and I said I'd be fine. He stood there and looked like he wanted to say something to persuade me to leave, but he didn't. I walked him out to his truck and waved goodbye to him. I stood in the opening of the garage door and I lit a cigarette. I hadn't smoked for years, but this week had earned me a few smokes. The floodlights were drawing what seemed like a million bugs to the area I was standing. I swatted a swarm of bugs out of my face, and I went into the garage and flipped off the light. It was so dark. If you've never been in a rural area at night, you're missing out. You can see stars you didn't even know existed. I feel like I can actually see entire galaxies out there, but when I turned the light off this time, I didn't feel adventurous. I felt scared. I questioned myself. Why am I scared? I grew up here. You've been in this yard when it's dark too many times to count, I told myself. But there was still an uneasy feeling in the air. I flipped my cigarette out onto the gravel driveway, and right as I hit the button to close the garage door, I heard a scrambling sound on the tin roof of the garage. I hurriedly opened the door that led into the living room, and I locked the door behind me. As the garage door was closing, I saw a glimpse of what looked like something's legs. I closed all the blinds and triple-checked that every door and window was locked. I went to the interior pantry and grabbed an old wooden baseball bat. I sat down on the couch with it and I listened, holding my breath to see if I couldn't hear anything. I didn't at first, and then I heard a thump on the roof with footsteps soon after. I felt my eyes welling up with tears of fear and anger. Then I heard a scratching sound. It sounded like sporadic claws being raked against the siding of the roof of the house. I even heard a sharp squeal of what sounded like something metal and sharp being run across the windows of the living room. I could feel tears sliding down my face. I wanted to call my father, but I didn't want him to be in danger too. I didn't know who or what was out there. The cops wouldn't get here for a while, and when they did, they'd probably tell me I'd been in the city too long, and it was just the sounds of the country. I don't really know what happened at this point, but I woke up on the couch around 6:30 in the morning. The sun was shining through a crack in the blinds, but the house still felt heavy. I put the baseball bat back in the pantry. I grabbed my keys and my purse and hesitated a little when I hit the garage door opener. The door mechanically squealed open, and I cautiously walked outside. I fumbled for my pack of cigarettes and lit one and walked out into the sunlight. I walked to the side of the garage to get into my car when I noticed a strange set of prints on the ground. I still really don't know how to describe them. They kind of look like hooves, but that would be impossible. I then decided that it had to have been a large cat, and the dry ground had distorted the tracks, that had been what I heard the prior evening. I went to my dad's house and didn't mention anything that had happened. We still had a lot of things to take care of around the farm. The fields needed to be mowed, and most of the items in the house were going to need to be packed up, so he rode back to the farm with me. When we got back to the house, I saw something lying in the driveway. I stopped a few feet away from it, and my father exited the vehicle first. It was a lamb. What was left of a lamb? My father looked it over for a moment, then went to the garage and grabbed a large trash bag. Looks like a stray dog chased this guy from someone else's property, he said, while shaking his head. I knew that no one kept sheep near us, and our land didn't border anyone else's land, but I know my father was just trying to justify the clearly odd situation. He didn't want me to be afraid. We worked around the house, and we were about halfway through the packing and cleaning. We both flopped down at the kitchen table and began to chat. I glanced out the window, and I didn't realize how dark it had gotten already. I mentioned that we should head back to his house. He looked at me puzzled, asking me why I wasn't staying at the farm again. I stumbled over my words, and then he said, Well, it's a little spooky out here by yourself, isn't it? He chuckled. We started to go back to my car, and we loaded a few small boxes in my car that had belongings my father was taking to his place. There was rustling in the overgrown hay in the fields, and it was close. I told my dad we needed to get in the car. He shrugged and opened the passenger door. I looked out into the dark field, and I saw a figure standing in the tall hay. I'm 5'5", and the hay was a little over my waist. The hay hit the figure in the field at about the knees. Even though it was dark, I could tell their head was off to one side, like they were tilting their head like a dog that's curious. The figure was very thin and had something on its head. I just couldn't figure out what it was. My father started to get out of the car, but I locked the doors and slammed my foot on the accelerator. Gravel flew at the open garage and a cloud of dust trailed behind us. My father was yelling at me, asking me what I was doing. I looked out of my car window and saw that the hay was swaying behind the car in the field next to me. The thing was chasing us. I could see that in the moonlight, it had horns, but not like a deer. I couldn't place them exactly. I turned my eyes away and my father was staring out the passenger window. He tapped me and turned my gaze to the right. Out in the woods that met the fields, there were sets of eyes. I would say 60 different sets of eyes. It looked like hundreds, but I'm sure that would be an exaggerated amount. My father didn't speak until we were in his house and the door was locked. After speaking about it, we decided that it must have been a deer that was running next to us. The eyes we saw must have been a trick of the moonlight, maybe just lightning bugs. The next day, my father and I reluctantly headed back to the farm. The tension in the air was almost tangible. After working on packing for a bit, my father and I set out on the back porch and looked across the golden fields. "Let's take a walk," he said. I unwillingly dragged myself from my seat on the porch. I told him to hold on, and I ran inside to grab my boots. I didn't want to take a chance in flip-flops in the field. There was old rusty farm equipment laying on the ground, and I didn't want to get cut by it. We started to head back to the entrance of the fields that all of the buildings were on. As we were walking through the fields again, talking about my grandparents, we caught the smell of something rancid. As you've gathered, I grew up on a farm, and I've seen and smelled my fair share of decay in the fields. My grandfather was an avid hunter and fisherman, so I'd smelled some very terrible smells. This wasn't like anything I've ever experienced. It was like rot and trash and sewer all mixed together and amplified. I started to gag, and my father put his hand over his mouth, but soon followed my reaction. We walked towards the smell. We were standing on an open, relatively flat piece of land. My boots suddenly hit something metal under where we were standing, and it made a hollow ping sound. My father looked down, and then looked at me with a perplexed look on his face. We kicked away the cut hay that had been laid all over the area. It revealed a large square metal plate. "Have you seen this before?" I questioned. My father didn't say a word, just shook his head. We stupidly decided to move the metal plate, because that's a good idea, right? When we did, there was an incredibly deep round hole, almost like a well. It was dark even in the still, bright afternoon sun. The horrid smell was the first thing that hit us. It was like a forceful wind of putrid air. My father and I just peered down the hole. Then we heard laughing. It echoed from beneath us in the hole. I started to back up when I saw something in the dark down there. Then we heard a scurrying sound, like something was about to come out of the hole. We started to run, but we stopped, entranced by what was happening. All I can remember are the eyes, all black and sunken into a thin face. I see those eyes every time I close my eyes now. I was on my hands and knees, and we were leaning into the hole with my eyes glazed over, according to my father. My father bellowed to me, "Move!" and his voice snapped me out of my trance, and I hurriedly crawled away from the hole. My father somehow lifted that metal plate and slammed it down on the hole. We heard a screech unlike anything I've ever heard before. It was like a barn owl and a panther, but it was so haunting and loud, I put my hands over my ears, and my father grabbed my arm and basically dragged me to my car. Then he threw me in the passenger seat. We drove well over the speed limit in silence, except for our labored breathing. When we got to his house, he put my bags in the car and told me I needed to go back to the city as soon as possible. He continued to tell me that he didn't know how that hole got there, or what the heck was going on, what in the world was about to come out of it. He said that he had seen those eyes before, though. He told me the night he levitated, he saw a shadow at the end of his bed. It had a hold of his legs, and it had the exact same eyes. I returned to the city that very evening after I had calmed down. It's been a few months since all of this happened. I think this thing that had possessed, or whatever it did to my father, is coming after me. My grandparents are gone, and there's no one here to protect me. The other day, I was looking in the mirror, and I swear I saw my eyes change for a second. I saw those cold eyes staring back at me. I don't know what's going to happen to me, but I know that if you stumble across an 80-acre farm for sale, don't buy it. Please, no matter how much it appeals to you. If you do, you might find yourself looking into those black, cold eyes, and I might be the one looking back at you. Number 4. Stalked in the Fields by Randus. I used to help out my grandfather on his old farm in Missouri. Usually he'd pay me for every bale of hay that I helped with, and even at a few quarters per bale, I made quite the pretty penny off of it. There came a day where he asked me to work alone. He had to drive to another farm to talk to a farmer about selling his equipment. I didn't mind. I'd basically grown up there, and I'd never once felt in danger when I was out on my grandparents' farm. But that day, I wasn't as alone as I thought I was. As I walked through the fields, tending to the hay bales that we'd already rolled, I began to hear laughing coming from behind me. When I turned in that direction, I saw nothing, so I thought it was just the wind blowing across some rusty equipment, making a weird sound. So I went on with my duties. But it came again, followed by a shuffling sound. That sound was very familiar to me. It was the sound of footsteps walking through uncut hay. I turned around again, and this time, I swore I saw someone leaning down quickly below the hay. "Hey, you're trespassing," I called out as a warning. "You'd better get out of here before I force you out." I tried to sound threatening, but I don't think it worked. The laughing continued now. Suddenly, the man stood up, revealing himself from his hiding place. I would have been angry at this situation. Some guy playing out on our land while we were trying to work. He could have hurt himself, but as he stood, I felt the life leave my body. The man had been hunkered down, but as he stood, he towered over me at twice my height. He had a hunch in his back, but even still, he was easily much, much taller than me. I couldn't breathe. This was no natural thing I was looking at. Before I could say another word, he literally galloped away on all fours, the awkward way kids do when they pretend to be animals. Later on, when I told my grandpa what I'd seen, he thought it was the funniest joke. So I left it at that. I haven't seen the man since, but if I ever do hear that giggling in the fields once more, I'll probably have a heart attack. And number 5, A Quick Terror by Taylor. I spend the night at my uncle and aunt's farm very frequently. It's beautiful out there, plenty of nature and quiet whenever my uncle isn't working with machinery. I used to play hide and seek with my cousins in the fields and the barns, but nowadays I don't play as casually out there anymore. Not after what I saw in the barn window. You see, my cousins and I asked my aunt and uncle if we could spend the night in the old barn, like a campout. They didn't mind. They just asked us not to mess with any of the tools out there and to be safe. We giggled our whole way to the barn, carrying a couple of blow-up mattresses and sheets and pillows, as well as a fully charged laptop to watch movies on. It was a fun night. We played Truth or Dare, told very cheesy ghost stories, then fell asleep as we watched a movie. I was the last one up. I couldn't seem to drift off. I was very used to a routine when I went to bed, so suddenly changing from a cozy bedroom to a barn wasn't very pleasant. All of a sudden, I felt this strange sensation. It was so creepy that I found myself too afraid to move. So instead, I searched around with my eyes barely opened. As I scanned the barn, I saw what was making me feel so scared. It was a figure in the window, a tall man's silhouette looking in at us. As soon as I saw him, I tried to scream, but I was too terrified. So much so that I only ended up scratching my own throat. The man then began to open the window, which was apparently not locked, and was trying to climb through for whatever reason. Again, I tried to scream, and luckily, a noise did come out. My cousins flew up, wide awake, and the lights to my aunt's and uncle's house suddenly flipped on. The man knew he was caught. He shut the window. Then I heard his footsteps traveling quickly away. What was he planning to do with us that night? Why did he want in the barn with us? And where would I be now if I hadn't had trouble falling asleep?
The Thing That Lived on My Family's Farm by Dark Fox 01. I was 13 years old, living in Michigan with my family, so that was 3 years ago. The night was warm and humid. I was in my aunt's farmhouse reading in the guest room when my uncle yelled to me, "Ricky, get down here." I rushed down the stairs to see my uncle in the doorway. "What happened?" I asked. He pointed to a chicken, or what was left of a chicken. There wasn't much, and I couldn't tell until he told me what it was. "Oh God," I said, quickly getting nauseous. "Ugh, what did that?" My uncle shrugged. "This has been happening for some time now," my aunt said from behind. "Just don't tell Edie." I nodded. My aunt cleaned up the chicken mess, and I returned to my room. When I made it there, I noticed out the window something white or pale just disappearing into the forest. I wondered to myself, squinting trying to get a better look. What is that? Later that night, I woke up with a dry mouth, so I walked downstairs into the kitchen and I grabbed a cup. Suddenly, the motion-activated lights outside turned on. Tired and groggy, I said, dang raccoons." Everyone else was in bed, so surely that's what it had to have been. A couple of seconds later, I saw what looked like the reflection of eyes outside through the window. What happened next? will forever scar me. Something tall, something lanky, came walking out of the forest. Not walking, sort of hunkering down and lumbering along. This creature was white and thin, with a lizard-like head and claws. I quickly found myself frozen in absolute fear. Then that monstrosity of a thing looked right at me. It was headed toward the chicken coop. I then heard a chicken screaming. Believe me, that's what it sounded like, a scream, followed by a loud crack. I thought about screaming myself, but I thought that my aunt or uncle wouldn't believe me. And I knew I could draw attention to myself, attention from that inhuman thing. The creature came back with a pile of mush that used to be chicken in its mouth. It smeared red on the door and dropped the body right next to the window. The moon shined through bright enough to see that the thing had horns like a deer. I ducked down and heard the creature slowly walk away into the forest. I did not go to sleep that night. About a year ago, I told my uncle about the incident. He said that he had seen the thing before. He said it lived in the forest near the farm, and he also said he stopped trying to protect those chickens from it a long time ago. To him, it seemed like that creature was trying to assert dominance. Paranormal Farm Life by V. Hayes 522. I don't really even know where to begin. First of all, let me start by saying I grew up in a rural area in the Midwest, on a small farm my stepdad and his family had since he was young. When my mom and I moved in with him around age 5, for me, it was a bit of a culture shock, coming from the suburbs where we had lived with my grandparents until that point. I'll be honest with you, I did not like living near the woods at all. I used to watch shows like Unsolved Mysteries and Are You Afraid of the Dark? So I was sure there was a werewolf behind every tree, a vampire lurking on the edge of the tree line at all times. As I got older though, I did end up coming around to the environment as I became an avid runner and began to utilize the lonely dirt country roads. By the time I moved out after high school, I had actually built up quite a bit of nostalgia for the place. I think what had helped me get over the fear in the end was being alone for an hour or two at a time on the old roads, miles away from people, surrounded by trees, and nothing threatening or terrifying ever happened, like I imagined it would when I was a kid. At least, nothing I could see. On many evenings and some nights, I would be out there all alone. Sometimes miles away from another human being where no one would hear me if I was hurt or attacked. Places sometimes even my cell phone would be of little use. This aspect, looking back, is actually probably the creepiest part of the whole story. Like I said, my family and I had absolutely no problems in that house or area for 18 years, but I'd be lying if I said it wasn't a little bit intimidating driving home from scary movies or on dark nights when you could not see the moon or stars. I remember sprinting as fast as I could when I got home some nights,
if my parents had forgotten to leave the porch light on. But other than the occasional paranoia, we experienced nothing out of the ordinary until this year. Now, my mom is a very social woman. She does enough talking for both her and my stepdad. And my stepdad is very reserved, no nonsense. The straight-to-the-point type of guy. He's a very practical man and has spent most of his life outdoors hunting and trapping. He actually specifically moved to that area to be away from people. My brother is pretty much a carbon copy of him and loves the outdoors just as much. I mean, sure, my entire family loves the outdoors, but these two, they live and breathe it. My sister is in high school, and at the time this all happened, her then boyfriend, my brother's best friend, Ollie, had just moved in with us. I lived about 4 hours away now with my partner, and only visit every few weeks, so it was them who started experiencing things first. The first experience we had, I wasn't actually present for, but I heard plenty about it. My brother and his friend were in the field next to ours, belonging to my stepdad's grandfather, who passed away in the 90s. All my stepdad's land is connected, so they keep their cattle scattered throughout the different properties. When you approach that specific plot of land, you will first go through a small patch of woods attached to our field, and a hill once you emerge with a pond at the top that overlooks another field with a small house. That house was where my stepdad's grandfather actually lived. And when I say it's small, I mean just a living room, a bathroom, and a small kitchen. The house is so old, we don't really go inside anymore because it seems unstable. It really reminds me of the illustrations from those books, scary stories to tell in the dark. Anyway, they're there to check on a new calf that was born a few days before, as they've been known to be taken by wild animals every once in a while. That's when they see someone coming out of the house. This was a huge alert to my brother, because he knows no one wants to be in that house. Anyone that should be there wouldn't be there because it's unsafe. So he and my sister's boyfriend move closer to see who it is and relax a little when they see it's just my stepdad. They're a little preoccupied and still kind of far from the house, so instead of walking all the way over, he calls my stepdad and asks him what he's doing over there. My stepdad is quiet for a moment before he reveals that he's in town with my mother getting groceries. Like I said, he's not really one to joke around, so my brother knows immediately that something is wrong. He and Ollie run over to the house, and as they get closer, they see the back of someone walk behind the house, out of view. When they get to the other side, as you might have guessed, there was nothing. Let me reiterate that they are in a field, could not have hid behind a tree. He couldn't have hid anywhere for that matter, because there was nothing to hide behind. Doing what most people would do, they run as fast as they can home and lock the doors, waiting for my parents to get back. They would return later with my stepdad, armed along with 3 or 4 of our dogs. But there was nothing, no sign of anyone in the house, no footprints, and the rusty door didn't even seem to be disturbed. They went home with a few theories, homeless people, neighbors, or kids really. But none of that explained how this person just seemed to dip out of existence. I don't think that's what really bothered them though. I think what really scared those boys was the fact that this person looked identical to my stepdad. I was face to face with the Faceless Man by Jake. I'm 21 years old, living on the shoreline of Lake Huron in Ontario, Canada. I've been here my whole life. The area where I live specifically is surrounded by farmland and dense forested areas that are home to many different animals, as well as the occasional speed abuser. I had just graduated from lineman school in early 2017 and was bent on finding a job right off the bat. I learned quickly, though, that good-paying jobs were not common, so I took a job as a utility locator. For those of you who do not know, what I do is find underground power lines, gas lines, and telephone lines for homeowners or contractors by using a fancy metal detector. This is important because being a locator, it means you have to go to some pretty strange locations, like abandoned houses that are going to be knocked down soon. On November 28, 2017, I received a job for a home demolition and had to find the old hydro and telephone lines. The homeowner wanted to meet me, so I had a general area of where to stop locating. I gave him a call. He told me the house hadn't been lived in since 1983 and that he had bought the house about 10 years ago. He had never stepped foot in it, which I found odd. He said he would be at the house in about 10 minutes though. Half an hour later, he still doesn't show up, and I'm getting annoyed. I started down the driveway in my car. For context, this driveway was about 1 kilometer long, and the house was surrounded by a veil of trees thick enough you could just barely see through them. The backyard of the house was fairly long as well, with old farm equipment and car parts that had been rusted beyond recognition. I decided to start the job since he still wasn't there, and it has now been 40 minutes. I was ready to leave due to this isolated house's creep factor being over 9,000. I looked around the house looking for the hydrometer and the telephone cable. During my search, I found a door on the side of the house that was hidden by some bushes. Being adventurous and probably a bit stupid, I pushed the bushes aside. The door had a huge hole in the bottom right corner that I could force myself through, but at the hole there was animal scat all over the floor. Doing my best to avoid it, I squeezed through. Once I stood up and looked around this decaying old house, I noticed that nothing had been touched except for a few broken dishes on the floor. All the cutlery was still in the drawers. The dish towel was still in the sink, although it was black with mold and rot. I opened the fridge and saw some gross-looking slime on the bottom. Otherwise, it was empty. I left the kitchen and entered the living room. The old shag carpeting was soaking wet and full of whatever a clean freak's nightmares are made of. Just as I looked up, my eyes caught sight of something on the coffee table. It was a picture. A man in an old-style cap and wearing a leather jacket stood holding 2 children who looked like they were having the time of their lives. The man's face appeared happy as well. However, his smile looked forced and tired. I guessed it was the face of a man who lived, worked, and bled for his 2 kids. I put the picture down and looked up. The roof above me had sagged down due to water damage. I wanted to explore upstairs, but I didn't want to take the risk of the floor falling under my feet, so I simply decided to get the job over with. Back outside, I noticed the guy was still not here yet. I was getting irritated. I quickly found the hydrometer and the telephone line. I hooked onto the hydrometer and turned my machine on. Now this is when things get scary. When my locating wand is over a power line, it beeps. Well, the wand wasn't beeping. It was screaming, like the power line was lying in the grass. No matter where I waved the thing, it would scream. As I'm waving the wand around, my eyes caught sight of something by one of the old pieces of farm equipment. I looked hard as it was kind of far. and I saw that it was a man crouched down, looking at an old tractor. I called out to him thinking it was the man on the phone who I had talked to earlier. I started to walk over to him. When I was about 25 meters away from him, my screaming wand makes a pop sound and goes silent. This shocked me, as it had brand new batteries in it, and it should not have gone out like that. I rubbed my head and continued toward the man, still talking to him, just thinking he was hard of hearing. When I was 10 meters away, I stopped in my tracks. I noticed something then. This man was wearing a leather jacket and the same old-style cap that I had seen in the photo on the coffee table inside. I yelled at him because he hadn't answered me once yet in my attempts to communicate. All of a sudden, the light outside had instantly gotten darker, and clouds seemed to be rolling in from nowhere. Immediately, my ears popped because of the sudden atmospheric change. I held on to my head in pain as a stinging sensation welled up behind my eyes. Once I recovered, I looked up, but the color must have drained from my face. I felt my entire body go cold and tense. The man was now standing and was only 5 feet away from me. His arms were glued to his sides like he was standing at attention. As my eyes made their way up this man's body, they suddenly stopped. I tried to scream, because the man had absolutely no face. When I say no face, I mean nothing. No nose, no eyes, no mouth, just a blank slate. I took a few steps back, and that's when the man goes insane. He starts screaming this bone-chilling, gut-wrenching scream, except it's like it's completely muffled, like if you screamed into a pillow. He falls to his knees and starts clawing at his non-existent face. I see cuts appearing and disappearing as quickly as they were made. He gets back up and is suddenly calm again. I didn't realize this, but I had begun crying from sheer fright, from the terror. He then raises an arm pointing straight at me and starts moving his finger as if telling me to come over. I took that as a sign to run like the wind. As soon as I turned to run, his terrifying screaming began again, but that scream was now paired with footsteps following close behind me. I left all my gear there and ran to my car, flooring it right out of there. I glanced in my rearview mirror, and my heart fell into my stomach. This man was standing in the driveway behind me doing a deliberately slow wave, as if taunting me. I was scared breathless at this point. I called my boss and told him I'd be ending my day early. I got home and went to bed, trying to forget the events of that day, but obviously, I couldn't. I was on edge about this for weeks. Fast forward to Christmas Day. After we had all opened presents at 4 p.m., my mom gets a phone call and gives me the phone. I look at her with a raised eye and put my ear to the phone. My eyes go wide. My mouth opens. My parents also have the same reaction on their faces. What I was hearing was that same painful, terrible, muffled scream. My parents could hear it from where they were sitting. My dad's face changed from horror to anger. My mom, however, sat there, confused and terrified. I hung up and told my parents about the incident from that day. They comforted me a bit, but I was soon happy again after a few drinks with family and friends. But that doesn't mean I haven't received the same phone calls still, with nothing but that screaming sound. It's not just me now. Some of my friends and family have been plagued with it. Just last week, however, it has subsided. I hope no one else has to endure that level of fear, not what I had to go through. I retrieved my gear from that house later on, and luckily didn't see anything. I believe that spirit, or whatever it was the man from that picture, and I hope I never have to see or hear from it again. Locked Out of the Bathroom by Fred. To get you started on my story, I need to explain a few things. For starters, my roommate and I live in a small farmhouse, and we also have no curtains on any of our windows. We've only been living together for about 1 month, and we've never had an experience quite like this before. It was late one night when Dan and I were coming home from work. We were both really tired, and we just wanted to take showers before going to bed. I decided to go first because I knew he'd want to take one right before sleeping, so he was preparing his clothes for the morning. I walked up to the bathroom and tried to open the door, but it was locked. Now our bathroom can only be locked from the inside, and it doesn't have a keyhole from the outside. At that point, I was mad because I had to work the next day. Both of us did. I tried to hide the fact that I couldn't open the door, but soon Dan said, "What's the holdup, man? We gotta go to bed." I quickly explained the situation, and he remembered we had a window that we could try and reach from the outside. Once we were outside, he got on my shoulders to try and pry open the window, but to no avail. I made him get off of me, and I was about to try myself. I got on his shoulders, ready to open the window, when all of a sudden I hear the neighbors' horses going crazy, screaming, making a ton of noise as they bucked up in the air. I glanced over and saw a glint of moonlight shining off of a pair of glasses. Standing next to the other side of the fence was a bald, tall man. He looked to be in his late 40s. I yelled at Dan to run and jumped off of him as we practically trampled each other getting inside and locking the door behind us. We turned off all the lights and hid inside our bedrooms, the man yelling outside, "Why so scared, boys?" The next thing we knew, the guy was slamming his body against the door repeatedly. It was a small house, and it wasn't built all too well. I knew it wouldn't be long before the door gave way, and this psycho would get in. We snuck over to the kitchen, hiding amongst the shadows, and we both grabbed a kitchen knife, preparing for the worst. We both sat motionless for about 20 minutes, not daring to move. When we got up, we looked outside, trying to find any trace of the man. But after not finding anything, we gave up and went to bed. But we didn't get a lot of sleep that night. The next morning, we contacted our landlord, telling him what happened, as he changed the lock on the bathroom door. He looked at me and said, "Fred, you two are lucky. Last night Mrs. Gardner heard a lot of noise, and she dismissed it thinking it was her husband getting home from the sheriff's office, as he usually does at night. When she didn't see him, as she woke up, she thought he went to get breakfast, but his squad car was still in the drive, and his keys were still in the front door." Basically, whoever that was did something to Mrs. Gardner's husband, and now this crazy, bald, tall man is at large. I can't help but think that we could have been his next victims. I hope Mrs. Gardner's husband is found. happens at the cemetery stays at the cemetery by Dira Matter. The following story happened at a small rural church in the low country of South Carolina. Farmland, really. It was one of my first paranormal experiences, and I've not been the same ever since. This happened 4 years ago. My friends and I were at a family friend's farm. It was me, P, A, and T, my sister. We were driven there by P's mom. We had all agreed that night to help out at the church. Now, if you've ever been in old churches, sometimes they're in the middle of a cemetery. And this cemetery had plots from over 100 or 200 years ago. Some maybe even older. It was a very big and especially creepy area. None of us were afraid of being there per se. We were all in middle school at the time, and we were at the height of our weird phases, so playing in a cemetery was every emo kid's dream. As cliché as it sounded, we downloaded an app on our phones to communicate with spirits, which we did as a joke. It added both to the creepy and funny factor. We were at the church going over the old plots and moving around to the newer plots. My sister T and I had no problems walking on the graves and looking at the stones, but the creepiest was one of the old stones that was broken in half. It appeared to have been smashed upon the ground. Just as we found it and were trying to figure out how that happened, the app on P's phone sounded, speaking the word, "Stop." We all listened and froze. Weird, but okay, we left the stone alone and then moved to the newer plots, which had very large statues in the plots and areas. The most noticeable was a weeping angel. Just as we were looking at it, all the lights went out, and I mean all of them. The street lights, the church lights, which was weird because there was no sound signaling a power outage. It was 10 p.m. by then. There was no wind, it was a clear sky, and it was pitch black. From the church you could hear the family friend cursing about the power, and almost ironically it flickered a few times before coming back on with no explanation. My friend A joked a little bit about ghosts being mad because we were being disrespectful about their graves, which only made us feel uneasy. At the time, I was trying to ignore the most unnerving part, the fact that it was completely silent. Not only was the wind gone, so were the sounds of bugs chirping and the movement of nighttime animals. We were in the middle of South Carolina after all. This sort of silence was uncalled for. We started going back inside to the church when me and P glanced across the road. We then noticed something moving under the brush, making the bushes rustle a bit. We decided to walk a little faster after that. Once we stepped foot into the church, the lights went off again, and we heard the word "cry" coming from all of our phones at once from the app. We freaked out and turned our phones off. Eventually, we found P's mom when the lights flickered back on. We took the opportunity to leave then. Within a few minutes, we were all outside gathering into the car. The church had the lights go off again, and just as we were pulling out, I saw the lights flicker only from a small window, as if only the lights in that room were coming back on. This window was on the second story. I stared in awe and terror as I saw a person's face peering through the window, staring at us as we were leaving. To this day, I refuse to go back because even though not much happened, it was the creepiest experience, one we wished we were just joking about. It nearly took my life. From Ramon P. I was 16 years old. I was in Kentucky. I'd gone over with my parents to visit my grandparents' place, who owned and lived on their very own farm.
We had planned to stay a week there or so, just catching up on things and doing family-related things. My grandparents' farmhouse was fairly big, having 2 floors. My parents slept upstairs in a room near mine. The rooms were not as big as I imagined, but they were fairly comfortable and decently sized. Around the second day of our stay at my grandparents' farmhouse, me and my parents would normally get up early in the morning to help around the farm. My job at the time was basically just feeding the sheep, horses, cows, chickens, pigs, etc. However, when I got to the chicken coop, I noticed that there were some chickens missing. In fact, there should have been 16 chickens when I counted, but there were only 14. Basically, there were 2 chickens missing, and I could have sworn that the day before I counted all 16 of them. I made sure to close up the chicken coop good, too, before going to sleep for the night. And now, 2 were gone, and I might be blamed for it. There was no way they could have simply escaped. It was pretty much impossible for them to get out of their coop with all the doors and windows completely shut and locked up. I walked around the coop just to double-check that there was no way for them to get out, whether it be through a crack in the wall or a hole in the ground. When I walked around the coop to the backside, I immediately noticed that there was a big hole near the bottom of the back wall, probably about the size of a normal-sized beach ball, except this hole was not round. It was more of a jagged circle. I swear that hole was not there the night before. I checked all around the coop before leaving, as I usually did. I went and looked for my grandpa and led him back to the coop where the hole was. When he saw it, he appeared to have this worrisome look on his face, like he knew what had made that hole. He shrugged and told me that it must have been a wild bear or wolf, but I don't think a wolf of any kind could have made a hole like that, not through a solid wooden wall, and there certainly were no bears around here. After my grandpa left to go check on the pigs, I closely examined the hole, kneeling down to get a closer look. When I knelt down on my knees, I noticed a very unusual footprint. How did I miss that before? The footprint was similar to a cat's paw print, only that this print was noticeably bigger than a normal cat's. The paw print was slightly wider than both of my feet together. I noticed that there was a faint line of the same prints headed down into the nearby backwoods. I kid you not, these footprints were very spread apart from each other. Whatever made it must have been quite big. Then again, maybe they simply just jumped. At that time, my curious mind just wanted to know where they led, or what they led to. So I followed the trail of footprints, which ended up leading me to a very thick brush. However, they stopped right in front of the thick brush, so I began searching for more possible footprints. Whatever it was could not have just flown away or simply disappeared. Nevertheless, I found another trail of footprints about 12 feet in the back of the brush. These prints seemed to lead further and deeper into the woods. Of course, my curious mind kept telling me to follow those prints. I had to know where they go, so I did. I only wish I had stopped at that very moment and ran back as far away as possible from there. I followed the footprints to the very end. They led me to this hole near the side of a big stone wall that was about 10 or 11 feet up from the ground where I was standing. This hole in the wall was about 17 feet wide and 8 feet tall. At this point, I simply couldn't turn back. I began to approach the crevice of the stone wall. It was pitch black inside, not letting me see anything beyond 6 feet of the entrance. Before I could walk inside of this thing, I was suddenly and unexpectedly paralyzed with absolute fear. I began to notice that the woods had gone silent around me, as if the animals hidden from eyesight felt the exact same dread. All I could hear then was my heart beating. I had the urge to simply run back, to escape to the safety of the farm, but I felt like I was being watched, and that the second that I would run back, the moment I twitched, whatever was watching me would without a doubt pursue me and get me.
Now, becoming very aware of my surroundings, I was able to see a faint object within the cave. When I focused my attention to it, it became clear. 2 chickens, the ones that had been missing this morning. There were feathers all over the place and traces of dark fluid. Obviously, these chickens were no longer alive, and certainly were no longer one piece. It was then when something else caught my attention. Within the corner of my right eye, I saw something hiding behind a thick bush. I froze and locked eyes with it. It looked like a hound of some kind, with bright orange eyes reflecting the light from the entrance of the cave. It had no fur, but it had a mouth full of sharp and elongated teeth. This thing was standing on 4 of its legs, yet it seemed to be as tall as me, and I am 5'8". This dog was unusually big and muscular, and dark as the night. I was surprised I could make out any of it in that cave. It took a small step forward, another one, and then another one, before it let out this horrifying howl, making my hair completely stand up. Then it lowered itself before lunging towards me, covering the distance between us in a mere second or 2. It seemed to happen in slow motion, this realization that I was going to die and that it was going to be a painful, possibly slow death. But by some miraculous timing, a loud, thunderous crack echoed through the cave. The last thing I remember is seeing that thing fall in front of me as it quickly picked itself up and ran away, whining. Soon it was out of sight, but I don't remember much after that. My grandpa says he saw me in that cave, as he had followed the tracks as well when he saw that I was gone. Just before I was attacked, he shot the thing. But I didn't exactly faint. He says I just unblinkingly sat there, and that he had to carry me back home. I was in shock. I mean, I thought that was the end for me. Of course I was in shock. After all of that, I do remember waking up on the couch the next morning to the sounds of my parents packing up and discussing with my grandparents. Soon after that, we were on our way back home. I don't know why, but that day I remained completely silent, disoriented. But thankfully, the day after that, I felt fine. I was myself again. I was then able to ask my parents about the previous night. However, whenever I did ask them, they stayed quiet or would quickly change the subject. It's been 2 years since the experience. Nevertheless, I continue to have the same nightmare of that thing from time to time. I don't know much about the creature, but I'm just gonna call it the Kentucky Hellhound. There were times when I would ask myself, what if my grandpa hadn't shown up when he did? What would that thing have done to me? What would it have felt like? I just hope I'm never in that kind of situation, ever again. The Ghost in the White Dress, from Country, 1989. This story comes from a fellow trucker. My friend, Mr. Bo, we'll call him. We ate at a truck stop together, and he shared with me this story. Bo hauled dry freight, and he would pass through Gettysburg almost on a weekly basis. On one occasion, he stopped at an old grain silo farm, a farm supply depot. In his own words, he said the place was 1.5 miles away from one of the many Civil War battle locations. Anyway, he parked there, a couple of dozen times in fact, but he strongly stated that he would never stay there again, and he would always avoid the road it was on if he could. Because last time he stayed there, he said he saw her. Her, I asked. And so his story began. It was no different than a normal night, he said. He was working on his logbook when something caught his eye.
He said that it was almost 300 yards out, just below the tree line. It appeared to be a woman wearing white. She was standing there, one hand on her stomach and the other near her side. At first, he didn't pay much attention to her. It could have been anyone, for any reason. He looked back at his logbook and continued to work. After a few moments, he glanced back up to see that the woman was now gone. He scanned the tree line for a moment, but he didn't see anything. Just before glancing back down, he turned his head forward, facing the front of the truck, and he nearly screamed. She was standing just in front of the headlights. And that's when he got a good look at her face and the fact that her eyes were gone. The eyelids were open, revealing fleshy, empty sockets. Her skin was so pale, like she had long been dead, but her hair was a tar, greasy black. Then suddenly, like smoke in the wind, she just faded away. At first, he didn't know what to do. He didn't know what he'd just seen. But he chalked it up to being way under-rested. He drove up the road a bit, thinking that it was far enough away from anything that he may have seen, but convinced himself that it was still just some sort of hallucination. He went to sleep in the back of his truck. At around 2:45 a.m., he began waking up because the truck was freezing. Like a deep freeze. It should not have been that cold in there. Not to mention it was August and was quite hot outside. It was 85 degrees out before he'd gone to bed. He could see his breath, so he rolled over to the other side, and that's when he saw her. Her head was sticking up past the floor of the sleeper, and she was staring at him. Her hands were on her chin, like a kid watching a TV show. But once she saw him looking, she dropped her head through the floor of the truck. He leaned up in an instant, looking around the cab. He saw her walk a few feet from the window just outside, but once more, she faded from existence. That confirmed to him that he was not hallucinating, so he jumped into the driver's seat and drove to a motel. He's pretty sure that he saw a ghost. It freaked him out quite a bit, and I know I saw him get goosebumps when he spoke of this. But I'll be taking his advice, and I won't be pulling over or resting by any Gettysburg farms. Phantom Cars of Tropical Queensland, from Anonymous. There are technically two stories here. I live in the far north of Queensland, Australia, where the tropical rainforest meets the Great Barrier Reef. A family friend of mine owns a lychee farm that I work at during the season, usually at the end of the year between November and January. It's good, but hard work, exhausting both body and mind. The long days are hot and the nights are very cold, and the bunkhouse for the workers is far from cozy. But I do look forward to it every year. The farm is about 2 hours from the city I live in. To get there, you have to travel the Kuranda Range, a winding and narrow road up a rainforest-covered hillside. Once on the tablelands, it's just seemingly endless roads through farmland and bushland. There are several small towns along the way, but for the most part, it's a whole lot of nothing, and several of the roads are notorious for accidents. Because of the nature of the drive there, we typically live on the farm for the whole season. The only days off being Christmas Day and New Year's Day, if the season is still going then. Last season, however, a friend of the farm owner died, suddenly, and we got an extra day off so he could attend the funeral. As mean as it might seem, I was happy for the extra day of rest. Having driven home and enjoying the luxuries of civilization and a good night's sleep, it was time for me to return to the farm in order to start work the following morning. I had tried to make the most of the day off, but I drive a small hatchback. I had to be at the farm before it got too late. In addition to the roads being isolated and treacherous, wallabies and other wildlife come out during the twilight hours, and have few qualms with playing in traffic. A high-speed collision with even a small wallaby would probably write off my car. Because of this, I had intended to be back at the farm before sunset, but that was not meant to be. To reach the tablelands from the city, you have to drive up the winding Kuranda Range, which on a clear run still takes 20 minutes. On my run, I got stuck behind a big semi-truck with no way to overtake it. Having cleared the range and on the open road, I seemed to meet with every caravan, trailer, and bus. As such, before I reached the township of Mariba, the last town before the farm, the sun had set. I made the decision to keep going. The farm wasn't much longer from Mariba, and the roads are fairly empty past the town even during the day. There isn't much out there. A few spread out farms, a low-security prison, but mostly it's just bushland. I would just put on my high beams, I thought, keeping an eye out for any wildlife that might decide to cross the road. Off I went, flooring it on the empty roads. It was a pitch-black night. The only things visible were what was illuminated by my headlights. Occasionally, I'd see lights from the farmhouses through their paddocks or orchards, but other than that, it was just me and the darkness. That was until I got onto a straight stretch of road, flanked by an irrigation channel on one side and a mango farm on the other. Down the road, I saw the orange blinking of a car's hazard lights. I eased off the accelerator, a conundrum passing through my mind. I'd heard tales of people getting robbed along roads just like these, by people pretending to be in distress. This could be a trap, I thought. Then again, if it was someone genuinely in need of help, it was unlikely anyone else would be along this road for a long time. My conscience got the better of me, so I slowed down and stopped on the road next to the car. It was an old-looking sedan with the hood up, under which stood an older bearded man who was scouring the inner workings for something. He had white hair, a flannel shirt, and was probably in his early 60s. He didn't look up as I stopped. I casually approached him, and I asked him if he needed a hand. Still, he would not look up. He just stroked his beard for a moment before replying, "Well, if you could give us a jump start, we should be able to get her home." Despite having jumper cables in my car, I didn't entirely trust him. I checked the time quickly in case I would need details for a police report. It was 7:15 p.m. Still, he could be genuinely in need of help. I couldn't just drive away knowing I could have done something. "No worries, mate. I've got cables in the back. Let me just get off the road and get them out." I pulled up about 10 meters ahead of his car, still skeptical of the situation. As I got out, I clutched my keys and headed to the back. The man was still in the same position looking under the hood of his car. Not wanting to turn my back on him for too long, I merely cracked the boot door so the light came on, and I peered in through the rear window, only to see my jumper cables weren't there. "I'm sorry. I think I forgot my jumper cables," I told him. I turned back to face the man only to find, to my surprise, I was talking to myself. A little stumped, I simply got back in my car and resumed my journey to the farm. I looked in the mirror at the red glow of my taillights, and there was nothing behind it. It wasn't until I began thinking about it did I realize that what had just happened wasn't right. People and cars parked on the side of the road don't just disappear. Where did he go? I'd only turned my back for a matter of moments. I never did hear him close the hood or open his door to turn off his hazard lights. The road was essentially blocked on either side, and I hadn't heard the ignition if he had moved the car and drove away. The more I thought about it, the less I could explain, and by the time I got to the farm, I was shaking nervously. I was unable to comprehend what I had experienced. Luckily, I got some whiskey in my system to help me sleep, and soon the busy farm life made me forget about it. That is until the next incident, just after Christmas along the same stretch of road.
Part 2. I'd basically made the same bad decisions as last time, finding myself once again driving back to the farm in the dark. Just before the straight I was on last time, there's a dip in the road. That is, the road comes around a corner, goes down a hill, then up the other side before going on, the whole section being a few hundred meters long. As I was approaching the dip, I could see headlights behind me, and they were gaining on me fast. The headlights basically chased me down the hill, and by the time I reached the top, they're right on my tail. A lot of people speed along these roads, sure, so I assumed it was someone too impatient to obey the speed limit on such an isolated road. A few seconds later, I'm on the same stretch of road as before, though at the time I didn't realize it. I pulled over as far as I can in my lane and stick my arm out the window to wave at the guy, signaling that I was letting him overtake me. It's not an overtaking lane or anything, but it's long and straight, and I did not want this guy literally riding me all the way to the farm. He seemed to get the message, and I watched in my mirrors as the headlights moved to the side and sped up. Suddenly, a gust of wind violently rocked my car. I swerved and frantically wrestled with the steering wheel, not wanting to careen off the road into either the irrigation channel or the rows of trees on the other side of the road. I regained control, gasping frantically, my heart pounding like it was trying to break out of my ribcage. I quickly scanned my mirrors and looked over my shoulders to see where the other car had gone, thinking maybe I hit it. But it was nowhere to be seen. It was at this point I realized I was on that same haunted stretch of road as last time, and I began to panic. I quickly glanced at the dash to check my speed and for any warning lights, but my eyes drifted across to the clock. My heart froze and my throat clenched, the panic being replaced with my stomach sinking like a rock. It was 7:15 p.m., the exact same minute as the previous experience. I made it to the farm and worked through the rest of the season without further incident, besides the typical farm oddities that everyone experiences. Strange dreams, figures in your periphery, rustling in the paddock at night, etc. I did some research and found there had been several fatal crashes on that very stretch of road. I'm not entirely convinced what I experienced was paranormal, but I'm at a loss to explain them, not to mention they both happened at the very same time on different days. Maybe it's just a coincidence, a very big coincidence. The Stick Figure, from Dummy OP. When I was about 13 or 14, me and a friend of mine were playing out in a field by my house. I live on the countryside, so I'm used to playing in the fields. We were walking around just exploring, and there was an old farmhouse in the field. My friend, who we'll call Bill, and I went exploring in that old house. The place was falling apart, decaying. After going through it, we headed to the basement. As soon as we had gotten to the house, I felt like something was watching me, but Bill said we should still go into the basement, as there might be something cool or interesting down there. He went in first, and I followed behind him. As we got to the bottom, it smelled like rust and mold. We walked around for a bit, but as we were about to leave, something fell from behind us. Bill and I both jumped, and we laughed when we saw that it was just a board. Officially being a bit creeped out, we began to walk back up the stairs to exit the old farmhouse. But as we made it to the top of the steps, I saw something out of the corner of my eye, just at the bottom. I thought it was my mind playing tricks on me, so I just looked away. But then Bill said, "Did you see that?" I said, "What?" He replied, That person at the bottom of the steps." At that moment, a chill went through my body. So I hadn't just been seeing things, and we weren't alone anymore.
We both looked back down the steps, and we saw it standing there. It wasn't a person like we thought it was. It was more of a stick figure come to life. A way too thin, way too tall being that was only vaguely human-shaped. It appeared like a child's bad rendition of a person brought to life. I swear I could see it breathing, though. The two of us ran. We ran for 15 minutes straight. We stopped, nearly collapsing. We were back in the fields. When I looked up, I saw that figure again. And it seemed to be moving towards us, in what I could only call a run. But a stick figure running, it doesn't look natural at all. I was able to see that the figure was about 8 feet tall, but that's all I wanted to see before we began running again, making it back to the house and locking ourselves inside. We watched out the windows for hours, spotting that figure moving within the tree line from time to time. It's been a year since the event, and nothing else has happened, but it's by far the most bizarre and creepy experience I had.
Number 1. A Weird Animal, submitted by WTF Leia. This all took place in a small, quiet area of North Wyoming when I was 5. My dad hunted as a hobby and was away quite a bit. While he was away, which was most of the time, my mom took me to her friend's farm. My mom worked at that farm with her friend, and she would always be the one working in the family. This friend she was very close to, and she didn't mind me going around the fields in the back of the farm. I don't remember much about her, but she would never get mad at me for wandering off, and I got away with a lot. My mom and her friend would always sit on an old deck and drink tea while I ran around. The land she owned was huge and fenced in. I never really knew why, but I just assumed it was to keep foxes out from getting to the livestock and other normal things. On a rainy day in mid-March, we went over to the farm. I had to stay inside while it rained. During the time, they both were in the barn taking care of the animals. I was pretty down because I hated the rain and wanted to go play outside. About an hour and a half later, the rain stopped, and I was so happy. I begged my mom to let me go outside, but she said something along the lines of, "If you find a bucket for us, I'll let you go out without rain boots." It was a deal, so I found her a bucket and bolted out of the door. I have a very strong memory, especially for this experience, and even if I didn't, I probably would because of how frightening this was. I chased around a few frogs, picked wildflowers, just something a little girl would do. But since I had such a short attention span, I quickly noticed a tall figure heading towards me. It was about 6 feet tall, around my mom's height, so of course anyone would think it was their mother. Keep in mind the wheat field was right near the barn, so it made it easier to assume that this was my mom. The figure began to run towards me, but it made a galloping noise. It was stupid of me to think of this, but maybe it was my mom's boots. That was wrong. How naive of me. I could now make out a shape. I don't remember a thing about its appearance, because the second it got close to me, I was grabbed forcefully by my mom. The only thing I can really remember about it was the strong smell of what smelled of piss, and that it had a distinct, inhuman feeling. I don't know why, but to this day I wonder if it's still out there. My paranoia became so bad we decided to move to California. It still scares me as much as it did 9 years ago. I am taking therapy, but it will stay in my mind forever. Number 2. Wolfman Attacks, submitted by Marie, and read by Unit 522.
First off, this isn't my story. It is my grandmother's, from when she was about 20 or so. She and her husband went to stay with some friends at their old farmhouse. The first few nights were fairly normal. They noticed that there was a large patch of flat grass not too far away from the house. It was as if a huge animal had been lying there. Around the third night, everyone was in the dining room playing cards. The table was in front of the window, a window that is 8 feet up from the outside. My grandmother's friend, let's call her Lily, points outside the window and asks my grandmother if she can see that. There were 2 glowing gold orbs. John, Lily's husband freaks out. It was two eyes peering into the house. Now they make out a face shape, round with pointed ears on the top of its head. Remember, this thing would have had to have been over 8 feet tall. All of a sudden, it opened its mouth and screamed like a woman in agony. That night, the men moved the fridge in front of the front door so that no one could get in. All night this thing slammed into the door, screaming, growling, and howling. My grandmother described it as the most ungodly thing she has ever heard. It was pure evil. 2 nights this worked, but the third proved that it was time for an upgrade. They had returned from another friend's late, only to find that the front door was open. The men, John and Mike, who was grandmother's husband at the time, went inside to see the fridge was now in the living room. The couch and table had been flipped, and 4-finger claw marks were on the walls and floor. That night, the last night they had to be there, the men put huge nails, like the ones they use for train tracks, in the door. Then they pushed the fridge back up in front of it. If this thing was going to try to get in, it wasn't going to like the result. Sure enough, it came that night and rammed into the door, screaming like before. Whatever it wasn't happy. It pounded on the walls, the roof, and windows, screaming. The next morning, as everyone, even Lily and John, were packing up to leave, they saw something out in the field. It was about 9 in the morning. The thing they saw was about 8.5 feet tall, standing on its hind legs. It was a humanoid and wolf-like creature with pitch-black fur that covered its entire body. Upon seeing it, they rushed to get everything in the truck and get out of there. Lily and John refused to go back, and luckily none of them saw this wolf man again.
Number 3. The Black Smell, submitted by SLD 5454. I grew up in an A-frame in northwest Wisconsin. We lived 15 miles outside of town. Our property is wooded and in some parts very swampy. I remember my father telling me as a child to be careful when playing around the swamp because I'd get sucked in and no one would ever find me again. Whether that is true or not, I don't know. I've always been too scared to venture too far away from the trail that separates the woods from the swamp. The swamp played a big part in the history of the land, being the dumping grounds for the people around the area until the 1940s when they built the farm and the small farmhouse. In 1970, they tore down the farm and built the A-frame. You can dig a hole anywhere on the property and still find things like broken plates, cups, cans, jugs, toilets, bottles, farm implements, stuff of all kinds from the time before. In fact, I can't even imagine what might be in the swamp. Anyway, my story starts out when I was 5 years old. I remember being terrified to go to sleep at night. It was the same thing every night. My mom would put me to bed, and I would sit under my covers and wait. I knew when it would come because of the smell. A sharp smell. A smell I only had ever smelled when it would come around. To me, it smelled like the color black. When it would fill my room and I'd hold my breath and wait, I'd look out my bedroom door, down the hall, to the spiral staircase, and sure enough, the black figure would come down the steps. The steps were made of metal and would shake as it walked. I thought of the shaking sounds as musical during the day, but at night I'd come to dread that sound. It would walk down heavily until it would reach the bottom step, and then it would cross the small hallway into the laundry room. It never went back up the steps, but every night the same routine. The smell would come, then it would walk down the steps, and finally it would pass into the laundry room. When my sister was born, my parents moved me from the corner room to my mom's craft room across the hall. This room with my door open, you could see down the hall into the laundry room. I was hoping after the move, things would get better. But my first night in the room, the smell came. Then I heard the steps. Though I couldn't see him go down the steps now, I did see him go into the laundry room. After a minute, it broke from the normal pattern and came out from the laundry room and walked down the hall to my new room. It stood outside the door. I'm not sure how, but I could tell it was a he. I couldn't help but look up at him. He was very tall. His head almost touched the top of my door frame. He was all black, solid black. Though he had no eyes, I could tell he was looking at me. He cocked his head to one side, stared at me a while longer, then finally moved back into the laundry room. At that time, I was very scared, but I knew I had to protect my new sister, so I threw back my covers and ran to the laundry room. I shouted as loud as I possibly could when I got to the door, but it was gone. I did wake my mother up though. She asked me what I was doing, and when I told her, she passed it off as dreaming and turned me back to bed. After that, it all stopped. Years went by without anything happening. Then one day I was a sophomore in college. I had come home for the summer to work at a job I had in a greenhouse. After an especially long day of selling our goods at a farmer's market in Minnesota, I came home and went straight to bed. My room had moved yet again, this time on the second floor to a loft area. Over a period of several years, my father had remodeled our house, taking out the spiral staircase and putting one long staircase in that connected to the first and second level. After passing out for a few hours, I was awoken by a terrible crash from my closet. I opened my eyes, but I didn't get up. Stupid cat, I thought, and rolled over on my stomach. It was then that I barely remembered. Tigress, our cat, was not there that night because my sister had taken her to a friend's house. As soon as I had finished that thought, the footsteps began. They were loud, like someone was putting all their weight on their foot as it came down. Boom, boom, boom. The footsteps got closer and closer to my bed. That old smell came back. The moment I smelled it, I was instantly paralyzed. Boom, boom. I held my breath. Then I felt my mattress sink in at the end of my bed. He was walking on my mattress. I kept my eyes shut, lying perfectly still as my body involuntarily bounced with every step. Then he stopped. I felt his legs on either side of my waist. I was frozen for what seemed like forever. Am I dreaming? Please be dreaming, I thought. And with that thought, I gathered up all the courage I could and rolled from my stomach onto my back. When I looked up and opened my eyes, he stood over me, bent down, staring at me. And then he cocked his head. Despite his weight, I pulled the blankets over my head and rolled back over onto my stomach. Soon after, the weight lifted off of my mattress. When I checked my closet, nothing was knocked down. But, needless to say, I avoided my room for the rest of the summer, sleeping on that couch. I have only recently started to sleep in it again. And now, when visiting my parents, my husband is always there with me. Number 4. The Encounter. Submitted by Burst. And read by Unit 522.
Something happened to me 3 years ago, and I can still remember it to this day. In 2013, June 20th, I was heading to my new job for my first day at around 4 in the morning. I took the secluded back roads to avoid traffic. It was dark as I drove in my Blazer, not minding how dark it was. I stopped at a stop sign and looked over to my left to see some farmlands. A blue light in the sky was giving them a luminescence. At first, I just shrugged it off and thought it was a light pole or something. But then a thought occurred. Light poles don't go that high. I shrugged it off again and thought it was just a helicopter. But then I started thinking about that, and another thought occurred as I realized that helicopters don't have blue lights. I looked back again and tried to decipher what it was. As I narrowed my eyes, the light had descended at a quick pace to the ground. I deeply gasped, and silently I floored the gas and drove off. The fear drove me like I drove my car, but not to the point where I didn't notice an owl at the next stop sign. It was staring right at me. When I got to work, I couldn't stop wondering about what it was. I didn't tell anyone at the workplace at all. I didn't want to make a first bad impression. I thought it was over that night, but I was dead wrong. The ones in charge of the facility gave us 3 30-minute breaks. I took the opportunity to take a nap on the first one at this parking spot facing away from the building. And that's when it started. The nightmares. At least, that's what I thought they were at first. The first one started when I was reclined in my Blazer, sleeping, except I couldn't see my own body anywhere at all in the car. In the next one, things escalated quickly. I woke up in my dream, finding myself in my blazer again, but there was something placed on my head. I could barely move my body as I summoned all of my strength. This metal thing around my head was heavy and loud. It was attached to something behind me that was also reclined. It was as loud as a semi. The noise was that of a booming sound. I remember seeing some strange writing as well. There were squares and circles, some with holes in them, and also some triangles. After a few moments, I passed out and woke up again. I searched around my car for any evidence to see if someone other than me was there, but there was nothing. The next one, I was sitting up in my blazer, but my seat was still down. There were these transparent spheres attached to some black wiring floating all around me and my car as the black cords led behind me. I could hear movement. As I tried to move myself, I lost consciousness. I later woke up to see nothing. The next 2 dreams were the worst of them all. I was in my car sleeping until I felt a rubbing on my forearms, accompanied by light grazes. I opened my eyes to see 2 gray hands rubbing my forearms. They had long, sharp orange nails, and the touch was as cold as ice. I forced my head to tilt upwards to look into my interior mirror, and that's when I saw it. Those eyes. Those goddamn orange eyes looking right down at me. I watched in absolute horror as this thing was petting me. Its gaze then looked into the mirror, locking eyes with me, staring deep into my soul. My body was in panic mode as I summoned all my strength, mentally and physically. Shaking, I reached for the door handle and opened the door. Before I could scream for help, my mouth shut involuntarily. My arm was disobeying my mental order as it closed the door on its own. That's when I realized that this thing was manipulating my body somehow. I tried to scream in anger, but I just ended up passing out. I woke up to see nothing was there. I started crying as I knew that I was being followed by these things, and I didn't know what to do. The next day, I intentionally parked at the same spot, laid down, and slept. But this time I was ready. I brought my hunting knife and hid it in the center console. As I slept, I was awoke by the same rubbing feeling, but this time it felt different. It felt much colder than before, lighter, and the nails didn't seem as sharp. I opened my eyes to see what I was not expecting. These hands I saw were different. They were bony and smaller. This time I forced my head to tilt upwards once again to meet this creature face to face. I saw it. It had 6 blue eyes, starred irises, a bony coned head with a mouth full of finger-like appendages, with small sharp teeth behind them. Our eyes locked in a deep stare. My primal instinct kicked in. I was now under the control of my own anger. I finally had full control of my body as I reached for my knife. I stabbed the thing on the left side of what I'm assuming was its jugular. It moved side to side with no sound of pain, until it collapsed onto my lap. It laid motionless with green blood seeping from the stab wound I had given it. I composed myself as I wiped the sweat from my forehead. That's when it shook in my lap violently. At that moment, I stabbed it on the other side of its jugular. Once, twice, 3 times. I was ready to land a 4th blow, and that's when my hand stopped on its own. I tried moving it, but with no response. It was stuck halfway in midair, only a few inches away from this alien. My hand then dropped the knife, and once again I blacked out. I woke up to see that the creature in the blood was gone. I looked all over my car, but there was no sign of anything. It was though it wasn't even there. I sighed in defeat, coming to the conclusion that I just might be crazy. But then I noticed something about my knife. The very tip of it was missing. It wasn't like that before I went to sleep. That alone was proof enough for me. But despite that, I didn't tell anyone. They would think I was just bonkers. 3 years later, I still remember that day. Those two faces will be forever scarred in my memory banks. I still wonder to this day if they will come back for me to study or for revenge. Only time will tell.
And number 5, The Farmer, submitted by Ethan88. This all happened one night at a campground we stayed at. I'm more of an indoor person, so camping wasn't really my thing. I couldn't stand sitting outside for a full weekend with no internet, but I do like to explore. This happened when I was 13. I wasn't as tall and strong as I am now, but I wasn't a pushover. My friend, let's call him Blake, and I went out to explore like every other kid our age would do if they were bored. First we crossed a river, then some hills, followed by this farm. There weren't any no trespassing signs as we entered. It was so cool, with all this tall grass we could run around in. With it still being around 1 in the afternoon, we decided to play a game. The game went like this. One person had 60 seconds to run off while the other stayed and closed their eyes. After that, the person that ran had to try to get back to base. In this case, that was the gate we jumped to get into the farm, and the person who counted would guard the base and make sure the other person couldn't get back. Anyway, the game started, and I was the one who ran. After 60 seconds, I heard Blake yell, and the game began. I was making my way back when I heard something behind me. I turned toward the noise. It was an older man, but he didn't see me. He yelled, "You kids better get out of here." I was terrified when he walked past me because I saw the shotgun he was holding. I waited for what felt like 30 minutes until I finally took off. I made it back to the gate when Blake jumped out and yelled, "Got you!" I told him what had happened, but before I could finish, the man yelled again, "Hey, stop!" We ran, but as we ran we heard the gunshot, then the sound of bark exploding as something hit a nearby tree. I almost peed myself as I heard it happen. We got back and it was almost 5, and our parents asked us where we were. We were both scared out of our minds and just said we were playing. To this day, I wonder what would have happened if he had seen me sitting right next to him.
I saw a banshee from Possibly Impossible. My mom's side of the family is Irish, ridiculously Irish. Growing up, I always had a slight accent, which thickened after spending time with my grandparents. My grandfather is probably the most important person in my life. I love him very much, and was practically his shadow when I was younger. Wherever he was, I was 2 steps behind. Our favorite thing to do together was sitting in front of the fire with our cups of tea and biscuits, and he would tell me stories. Some about his childhood, some works of fiction, some life lessons, and some would be so spooky that I had to sleep on the floor next to his and Nana's bed. But my favorite stories were the stories based on folklore. But which one was my favorite? The Banshee. For those of you who don't know what the legend of the Banshee is, my grandfather explained to me that the Banshee was the full-bodied apparition of a woman, so beautiful it was almost unnatural. Skin pale, with long, bright hair. She had been cursed with the ability to foresee the death of people, and her responsibility with the curse was to be the messenger of death. He would say that if I was to ever hear her crying, or to ever hear her scream, I would know that the life of a loved one would soon be over. Something that he would always make a point to say was that the Banshee was not an evil or malicious spirit. She was simply sick of seeing death, and hated being the one to tell people that death was at hand. I always enjoyed hearing stories about her. I never thought she was real. I was always under the impression that the Banshee was just another work of fiction by my grandpa. But she is real, and I can tell you that. My first encounter with her was when I was 12. Now, I've always been supernaturally sensitive. At least, that's what I believe. I used to see my great-grandparents almost every night,
My great Nana would tuck me in bed, and my great Pop would hum or whistle till I fell asleep. One day I was at my grandparents' farm, walking around early in the morning with my dog, Bowie. It was winter, so you can imagine it was freezing, probably around 4 or 5 degrees Celsius. So I was bundled up like a little burrito, strolling around the property. Bowie and I were checking on the cows, sheep, and bulls. I'd made a decent amount of distance between the house and myself, so I decided to sit on a rock next to a small stream just in front of the bushland. Not long after doing so, I began to hear a strange noise. I didn't know if it was the wind or a fox, possibly even a guinea fowl. But Bowie had heard it too. A very low growl came from his mouth. I felt a cloud of dread settle into my stomach. I didn't think I was alone anymore, and I knew that something was wrong. I took off my ear covers and pushed my beanie above and behind my ears. The noise was coming from the trees behind me. The only way I can describe what I heard that day is sadness. It sounded like despair. I stood and moved closer to the trees, Bowie showing his protest by growling much louder. The figure of a person emerged from the early morning fog. They were walking. No, they were floating, ever so slowly. The noise was clearer. They were crying like they had just received the most terrible, awful news imaginable. I walked closer. My curiosity got the better of me. The floating figure came closer as well. It was a woman, the most stunningly beautiful woman I'd ever seen, in a long silver evening gown that's seen its fair share of bad days. Her hair was windswept and orange, like a burning fire. Her eyes, however, looked as though they belonged to another person. They were tired, puffy, red, as if they'd been shedding tears every day for the past few decades. Those eyes met mine. They stopped crying for a few seconds. I stared in a trance, and the world around me seemed to have stopped. After the longest minute I'd ever lived through, her mouth opened in a sickeningly inhuman way, and an eardrum-piercing, blood-curdling scream emanated from it. Bowie began to bark and snarl at the woman, then ran off back to the house. But I didn't move. I didn't cover my ears. I stared at her. I wasn't thinking. I don't even know what I was doing. She finally stopped the dreadful scream, not breaking eye contact. She mumbled something under her breath. This is when I got my senses back, and I backed away quickly, turning around and booking it back to the house. When I made it to the gate, I turned around, and she was gone. But I still felt her presence. I shook off my uneasy feeling and ran to find my grandfather. He was carrying wood from the shed to the house. I fell to my knees and I cried to him. I couldn't get out anything but a single sentence. I saw a banshee. A week later, my cousin died in her sleep. Her heart just stopped. Something in the Cornfields, from Sam W27. I was 14 years old and a freshman in high school. My friend had, at the time, recently moved away to a crazy country house that had about 23 acres. It was insanely huge. He used to live in the city with me, but his family wanted a more private life, so my mom had agreed to drive 2 hours to go see them and spend the night. My mom was friends with his mom, so I had never seen his new place and was super excited to see it because I was going with her. We pull up to their address, and the first thing I noticed were the huge cornfields. My friend told me his parents were growing corn for a living, but these were huge, and there were surprisingly a lot of workers, considering the nearest house was about half a mile away. Fast forward to about 1 a.m. My friend and I, who for the purpose of this story I'll call Timothy, were doing the basic 14-year-old stuff, playing video games, eating junk food, etc. But then we hear a bang at my friend's window. I said let's check it out, but he didn't think it was anything worth looking at and wanted us to stay in here. But our parents were asleep, so I said, well, I'm checking it out. You can come with me if you want. I was bluffing because there was absolutely no way I was going to go into the cornfields alone at night. I'd played a lot of Outlast 2 at the time and watched a lot of horror films. Luckily, it worked, and Timothy agreed to go with me. We soon discovered that there are 3 of the workers still in the fields, which is weird because they all leave at 5, and Timothy's dad drives them to a farm where they live. We asked them why they were still here, and they said something I could barely understand. They spoke Spanish, and I was not fluent. They said something along the lines of, "We saw something on our farm, some sort of animal. We came here, waiting to get a call from our brothers to see if they caught it. We'll give you $50 to come help us." At the time, I told Timothy, once we figured out what they'd said, no way, because I was skeptical, and I thought they may try to kidnap us. But Timothy assured me that they had known our family for a while, and they probably came to our house since we were the closest neighbors. Being 14 years old, we both obviously accepted the deal, because even if we didn't find it, they promised to give us each $25. So we hopped into their truck, and we soon made it to their farm. They told us to keep an eye out in the fields, so me and Timothy began to scan around for the next 10 minutes, searching for anything that stood out, anything that moved. All we really had were the flashlights on our cell phones, but apparently that was plenty enough to find the creature that they'd been talking about. There, crouching down in one of the many fields, was something that I thought was a bear, but I quickly realized it wasn't. This thing was standing on 2 legs and was sort of dragging the rest of its body along with itself, with a face that was almost humanoid. Timothy and I began to shout and scream when the family of farmers began running towards us. They quickly saw and began to fire at the animal, but it was long gone, far faster than it looked with its weird body. They quickly told us not to tell our parents and sent us off with $100 each instead of 25. We were happy, but terrified. At the end of the night, we decided that it was best to keep this story to ourselves. I'm staying out of my woods. From Random Person. This story takes place in Ohio, on a farm where I still live. The incident happened in 2019 when I was 14 years old. I was an atheist, but I still believed in ghosts and things like that, even though I'd never really encountered any paranormal things until now. I'd never thought my house or property was haunted, because my mom and sister would say crazy things, like we had a spirit of a goat in our living room. I thought that was nonsense. I'd been living in that house with my family for years, with no incident. My most terrifying experience happened in July, when my sister came into the living room, shaking while she spoke of a demonic entity being in the woods. I would have thought she was crazy, but she seemed so traumatized, I had to believe her, though I didn't want to. The following morning at 2:49,
I was feeling brave, and I wanted to see if I would encounter anything weird. So I went deep into the forest with a flashlight and some fresh batteries. I also brought a pocket knife and my fully charged phone, just in case what my sister actually saw was some creepy person. As soon as I had entered the forest, I felt a little uneasy, but I kept going for about 20 minutes. I was a natural speed walker, able to get far enough into the woods in that time that I could no longer see a trace of my home. I freaked out a little, to be honest, and I began to walk in the direction I thought my house was. I was walking slowly now, though, as my uneasiness grew. When I stopped again, I felt as if I was being watched. When I turned, I didn't see anything, but my flashlight did begin to flicker. It then suddenly turned off. I frantically tried to turn it back off when I heard voices, whispering, seemingly coming from nowhere but everywhere at once. I soon began to realize that this voice didn't sound right. It didn't sound human at all, and what it was saying sent chills throughout my body.
You're going to die.
When my flashlight finally turned back on, I saw something. A 6-foot-tall figure, wearing tattered black clothes. Its eyes were sunken in, and it had pale skin. It donned a smile with black teeth, and it appeared to float rather than stand. I was frozen in place, and as it got closer, the whole forest seemed to get darker and colder. Desperate, I then remembered my pocket knife. I pulled it out and threw it at him, but it went right through him as if he wasn't there. I think this made it more angry. The whispering grew louder and louder, and it began to move around me. I finally gathered the courage to move, and I started running. Somehow I managed to make it back to the tree line at home, but I didn't stop, not in the slightest. I ran harder until I made it to the back porch, and only then did I look back. That thing was standing at the edge of the trees, staring at me, raising a bony pale finger, pointing it at me. I could have sworn I heard it speak a warning.
After dark, these woods are not yours.
Ever since then, whenever I looked out into those woods at night, I watch for a figure that stands there and stares. One time, when I looked for too long, I got a nosebleed, and so far, I've never ventured back in those woods at all. It wasn't a coyote. From Just Call Me Red. As I'm typing this, I'm still a little shaky from what happened, and now I need to know what my cousin and I just saw in the pasture. Let it be known I've always had an attraction to cryptid lore, especially my family's Cherokee folklore and legends. Sadly, we don't have any living relatives on the reservation, nor do we live close. We live in a small town in rural East Texas. I say in town, but more like 30 miles out. Let me ask you this. Has anyone else seen coyotes behaving really strange? Like not normal coyote strange, but hair-raising, bad feeling before you see it kind of strange. Let me elaborate. I just walked outside, didn't turn on the house spotlights, but I had a really weird feeling. I then noticed it was completely silent outside. No crickets, no frogs, no night sounds at all, and Ellie, my dog, would not come out of the house. So I grabbed my spotlight, and I decided to do a sweep of our back pasture to see if I could see what was wrong. The layout of our yard is quite simple. Our pipe fence is about 30 to 35 feet from our house, all the way around from when we had cows to keep them out of the yard. We keep it pretty well lit up to keep animals away. Our property is about 150 acres of woods and cow pasture that butts up against our neighbor's 1,500 hunting club, which is pretty much dense woods, connecting on both sides to 2 other hunting clubs. It's pretty much a crap ton of dark woods. I shined the flashlight, and the first thing I saw was this massive coyote, like abnormally big, sitting about 15 feet from the porch. It's just sitting there and staring. Now, I've dealt with coyotes a lot, and they usually bolt when they get spotted. They never come within 50 feet of the fence. I stood there staring at this thing for a good 5 minutes before slowly backing up, with this creature still not moving. So I turned on the floodlights on the house, and I booked it inside to get Ethan, my cousin. When the 2 of us came back out, this animal had walked out of the fence and was just walking at a slow pace, about 10 feet past the fence. So we set up a gun, spotted it with the light, and as soon as the light hit it, the creature just stopped and stared at us. Its eyes were really unnerving, because they reflected differently than a coyote's should. We took 4 shots. The first one hit right in the back, and he stumbled a bit, moving in a circle like it was just shaking off a pesky bug, before taking off at a slow trot. It was moving closer to the fence, letting us hit it 3 more times before my mare came squealing at it. She hates coyotes and has stomped them in the past whenever we had calves on the ground. But when she got close, she did an about turn, then booked it away faster than I'd ever seen her. We lost sight of the coyote in the tall grass. Literally, as soon as we lost sight of it, everything came to life again. Bugs, crickets, and all the night sounds. I grabbed my dog and she booked it outside. I guess she was suddenly brave. She ran straight to where we'd first seen the thing sitting, and she went rigid, every hair on her back standing up. She snarled as she traced it through the pasture, but came back when she got about right past the fence where we hit it. Coyotes have been acting strange lately, but nothing like that. Usually I don't get unnerved by coyotes, but this literally had me frozen with that feeling that something was dangerously wrong. Keep your eyes peeled, and keep your animals inside. We sure as heck are keeping the cat indoors, and I'm glad they've had their shots. And I'll be forward with you. I'm a pretty stout gal, 20 years old and 5'2", a little heavy, who spent her entire life in the backwoods. I'm used to dealing with dangerous animals, and I've never in my life been as scared as I was then. My cousin is 19, 6 feet tall and 200 pounds. He spent most of his life in the hood in Houston, and has come so close to death so many times he's not afraid of much, especially when he's got a gun in his hands. Update. About 2 days after this happened, it came back. My cousin and I were out checking the hog traps at the back of the property in my dad's farm truck. I was sweeping the pasture with our mounted light while Ethan reset the trap. Our back pasture from fence to fence is probably 800 yards to 600 yards, and it's pretty clear after we did some timber cutting a few years back. The moon was full that night, and so we could see pretty good. It was all calm as Ethan came back to the truck, my dog sniffing around the trap. As Ethan reached the truck, we both noticed the woods go silent, just like 2 nights before. There was nothing. Even my dog had stopped and began barking and snarling before booking it, yelping to the truck. He jumped into the cab with us through the open window. We quickly both swung the mounted lights toward the direction she came from and spotted the same monster coyote standing there. We were maybe 7 to 8 feet away from it, so we were most certainly sure it was the same coyote, abnormally large, glaring right at us. As we stared at it, I was slowly reaching for the shotgun we kept stored behind the seat before that thing. I don't want to call it a coyote, because I don't think that's what it was. It lifted its head and let out that sound like a mixture of a human screaming and a deep roar. There's no way a coyote can make a sound like that. My cousin slammed the truck into reverse, doing a near 180 in the grassy pasture. We peeled out of there down the trail leading to the house. All the while, this thing just kept screaming, unafraid of our large vehicle. We didn't slow down until we were in our garage. Then we booked it into the house, into the bedroom, the only place I had window blinds as well as blackout curtains. I don't know what that thing was, but now my cousin wants to get some local hunters together with their hunting dogs to go after it. I won't be going into those woods for a while, and I'll never go alone again if I ever do. The Flying Head, from a viewer with the username The Asian Guy. I'm from Southeast Asia, specifically Cambodia. This story is from my grandma. Back when she was a little kid, the country was under control by Pol Pot, the guy that killed over 2 million people. Her family was separated during the time, since the red people, as we call them, like to separate children and adults, and as my gram was a kid, she was tasked with picking fruits and vegetables on a farm somewhere on the outskirts of the village. Near that farm was a small river where the red people dumped dead workers, who either starved or were beaten to death as a warning to the children. One day she was sent off really early with a bunch of other kids to collect fruits. She said it was probably somewhere between 4 or 5 in the morning, which was unusual for them, but they carried on anyway. The group was around 30 kids, with a few guards armed with guns and hatchets. After maybe a few minutes of walking from the village, they made it on the path. I should say here that the village was surrounded by forest and farmland, so the walk to the fruits farm took around 5 to 10 minutes. The red people did this so villagers wouldn't be able to sneak out at night and steal fruits or vegetables without being caught. After they made it onto the path, my grandma said she felt dread and fear out of nowhere. She said that the kids around her looked scared as well, but they were told to keep moving anyway by the guards. After a few minutes of walking, they began to hear a strange sound, like something was chewing, gnawing on meat. It was coming from over the river. As they got closer, they started to become really scared, and some kid even began to cry. It was at this point the guards knew something was wrong, so they started to walk closer to the river to see what was going on. To her horror, my grandma saw one of the guards beginning to scream, shooting at something. Then she saw the thing that made her vow to not go anywhere near that river ever again. There she was, standing on the path looking at this human head with intestines dangling out of its neck. It looked like a woman's head with gray hair, but the worst detail was the stuff in its mouth. She said the darn thing was eating one of the corpse's intestines. The head managed to get away, but ever since then, the guard began taking a different path through the forest. Anyone who wanted to take that path needed permission from the village chief. A few weeks after that incident, she said some poor kid who was caught sneaking fruits under his shirt was beaten in front of everyone to show what would happen to thieves. He was then sent off to be executed. They were told by the village chief to dispose of him in the river.
The guards were scared at first because of the flying head incident, but after being accused of not being loyal to the village chief, they went anyway. After that, everyone was sent off to their huts. Not even a few minutes rolled by, and my Gram said she heard a gunshot. After a few minutes, she heard footsteps, running, and panicked screaming and panting. They found out early in the morning after that night, while the guard was walking the kid down to the river. The guards had heard a whooshing noise and saw the head thing flying straight at them, eyes glowing red. They began to fire at it, running away back to the village, where they realized they forgot the kid. No one ever saw him again, though. They believed that the head got him. After that, the red people just put up a fence there, trying to forget it never happened. A few years after the terror of Pol Pot, Cambodia was freed, and my grandma got to reunite with her family, though she never told anyone until recently, when me and my cousins asked her about her time during the Red Era. I hope you enjoyed the story, and if you're curious, the creature she saw is called the An. She found out after reuniting with her family that they were pretty common among the rural area of Cambodia. They were said to feast on intestines. The head are those of a witch, usually in their 40s, who are seeking revenge on someone. A Goblin Under the House, from Dragon Lord. It was 1989. I was at my grandmother's house. It was almost June, and I'd gone to my great-grandma's farm for the summer. This farm had been in the family for over 100 years, and was about 150 acres. Every year when I would go to stay with my grandparents, my grandpa would always tell me that a goblin lived under the house, and that it would come out and steal animals or eggs. As far back as I can remember, my grandmother would lay out a rooster chicken and 2 hard-boiled eggs on a tray by an oddly shaped hole leading under the house, and sure enough, it would all be gone in the morning. Even when I was younger, I always thought my grandparents were telling me tall tales. They were setting the food out to keep the fox in the woods away from the chickens. That's what my child mind said. One night I'd left some stuff out in the barn, so I finished everything Grandma had set out for me to do. Then I went out to the barn to clean up. As I stepped out the door to the house and started toward the barn, I came by the odd hole under the house. I had an old flashlight from the 70s, and curious, I shined it into the hole where Grandma had laid the food. I saw it. There was something in there hunched over the tray. It was short and brownish green, with long, droopy ears. It was eating the food Grandma had left out, not paying attention to me whatsoever. I turned off the flashlight and hid behind the outhouse that was still on the property. After a bit, the creature stood up and started to look around, making groans and all sorts of weird sounds. Not paying attention, I started backing up, and I backed right into it. The electric fence, that is. I let out a scream, causing that thing to turn around and look right at me. So I ran. I ran as fast as I could back to the front door with this ugly little beast right on my feet. Luckily, I was able to get in the house without a scratch. And after that, I never went outside after dark at my grandma's house. Skinwalker on My Farm, from Copenhagen, 1822. I live in southern Indiana with my Uncle Steve. We have a 300-acre farm with plenty of woods. It was during the summer. I was working late hours in the fields. I went out early in the morning to round up our herd of cattle to come in for a drink of cold, fresh water, and when I was walking behind them, I would count to see if they were all there. I was bringing in a herd of 30 cows, but this time I counted 29. I went ahead and brought them in, then went to tell my uncle that we were missing number 225. We went to look for her because we knew we had to find her. She was due for a calf that month. So we searched and searched. But then, I smelled something horrible. I about puked. When I found what the smell was, I hollered for my uncle. He came right over and saw it too. Cow 225 was torn apart. It looked like some huge, nasty animal got a hold of it. But my uncle said it was probably just coyotes. But how? 225 had always been an aggressive cow, and it never would let anyone or anything get near her herd. Plus, it looked as if whatever killed her did it for sport and not food. Everything had been left. So we went and got our old crappy farm truck, loaded her up and buried her. The following night, I had my best friend over, who wanted to help us on the farm. We were in the field at dusk fixing fences for breaks or sags. It was going to take us from dawn to 11 that night to do the whole property. So my buddy went to go get some drinks back at the house, about 3 miles away. He walked the whole distance instead of taking the truck, as we were using the headlights to help fix the fence. It's not an easy task. About 10 minutes go by, and I hear my uncle in the direction of the woods about 20 yards away. It was his voice, saying the same thing he had said earlier, about,
"Must have been coyotes that got her."
I froze in my tracks. The voice was a bit deeper than my uncle's, actually. I shined the flashlight toward the direction of the voice, and what reflected back were a set of yellow eyes about 7 or 8 feet off the ground. Then my friend came from behind me with a flashlight, shining it at whatever it was, and asked what was wrong. As he did that, I nearly soiled myself, and I heard him drop the water bottles. There behind the big oak tree was this huge thing. It was so tall, with long and skinny arms and human-looking hands. Its fingernails were long and sharp, and the skin on its torso was so tight, its ribs were showing. It had a face that I just can't forget. It was shaped like a deer's. I was thinking in my head we needed to run to the truck, but I didn't say it out loud. I thought it. But I heard that voice again, replying to that thought.
"I wouldn't do that if I were you."
I nearly screamed, and I ran to get back in the truck. My friend and I jumped in, started it, and I sharply turned the wheels, slinging dirt and rock. The headlights hit this thing. I noticed it wasn't on all fours, but it was standing there like a man. I floored the truck as hard as I could, but I wasn't prepared for the next part. When I looked in the rear view, I saw this thing chasing after the truck, and my heart nearly gave out when the truck suddenly died. Luckily, it started again after a couple of tries. I floored it once more, and we somehow made it home. Back at home, we threw the front door open. My uncle's girlfriend looked at us in shock, asking what the rush was about. We told her, and once we calmed down, she said, "It sounds like a skinwalker. My grandma used to tell me all about 'em." Well, whatever that thing was, I'll never work or go near that place again. If you're living in southern Indiana, be careful out there, and make sure your cattle are safe. That brings us to the end of this episode of Darkness Prevails. More terrifying stories are on the way soon, so subscribe and smash that like button. By the way, did you know this show is available as a podcast called Unexplained Encounters? Just search for, follow, and rate Unexplained Encounters on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or your favorite podcast app. This show is part of the EerieCast network. Go to EerieCast.com for more scary podcasts, such as Freaky Folklore, which explores your favorite monsters, myths, and mysteries, as well as Redwood Bureau, a fictional horror podcast, about an agent on the run from an evil secret organization that captures supernatural creatures and entities. Well, thanks for tuning in. Stay safe out there and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one.